so we're good. Now let me go listen to what the fuck it sounds like with the fan on low. My foot's asleep. Oh my god.
Well, we aren't actually saying anything, so you're not going to hear anything unless we actually talk.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was listening because it's behind, so I thought because we were talking before it, but I guess I missed it. Because the stream's at least, I think, 10 seconds behind.
Well, you'll hear my voice in a second here, I'm sure.
Yeah, and she's kind of listening for the fan to see how loud it is.
It's still pretty loud, so I think I'm just going to turn it off. There we go.
I do have the main arrow on, so it should be fine.
And now I have water. That's my fucking boon, is I never drink anything during D&D because I'm too focused.
You ready?
I think I'm about to sneeze.
Don't you fucking dare.
Sneeze! Yay! Bless you.
That's a primo sneeze, an aggressive ass one.
Bless
I
you.
need a
He
tissue.
sneezes and slams his head into the floor.
Seriously?
Yeah, he sneezes so hard he slams his head into the floor.
I'll be right back.
How fucking dare you when we're about to start the
I gotta get a tissue! Crazy? She can't help that. She got nose issues.
Polyp.
Ass. Fucking polyps, bro.
Polyp. Yes.
Polyp. I'm gonna destroy Janny. Ah, yes. A full rest. Even though my characters didn't have enough damage to their health. Welcome back. Hi.
What is this? Fucking football?
Okay, I think we all good now.
Okay. All the Ryden brothers except R and Hayden died.
Yay!
Dang. I got nervous for a second. I was like, wait.
Julia got trapped by Lucian when Lucian ate the Ryden and Eldershire realm. Woo!
Hey.
I feel shit coming on.
Leon has Asmodeus' power since he died. Woo and boo. Leon.
Oh god, I want to know who's speaking to his ass.
You remember going to sleep, but as soon as your eyes closed, you emerged in a realm of blood.
Oh.
You heard its quiet dripping as the only sound for miles, though you knew not where it dripped from. The only physical lands before you lie were feet, moving with every movement and step, as if though this place responds and respects you, it's been ravaged by a virus, by a plague. Your feet drag you across the world against your will as you walk. You blink again and feel as if you walked miles, but start to notice something in the distance. As you blink again, you suddenly emerged upon said thing. It was tall, 30 feet in height, towering over you. Seemingly, it was the source of the dripping blood. Looking up, you know it's a thick and large spike, the equivalent of a pillar. A body pierced through it, draping there. The body was Asmodeus.
Ooh!
Your hand reached out and touched the pillar, and as you did, his eyes opened, black smoke escaping from them, floating upward as he said to you, reaching out in breaths of black smoke.
Ooh!
A timeline of hope lies as a penumbra on the edge of non-existence and yet still lingers through its inhabitants in some warped form. The essence of it is lost, sure, but the sentiment of it is still preserved, as it dances across time and space through its old inhabitants and survivors. The sorrow of it is never lost. I can't read. The sorrow of its loss never ending, as its inhabitants, its hopeful, despaired at the darkness that faced them from its loss, and whatever was left begging, they returned to their home within it. though now it lies stagnant, but not as long as they might wish. Yet still, they shall not rest, for enemies followed as they reeled from their actions and sacrifices they made unto this point, for each had a cost, many costs despite the visible, which now ushered in as if emulating years of penance. Being a hero, hopeful, and a dreamer has a cost. Some costs were perhaps too high, are too high. The blood wielder being one of those costs, for she begs for mutually assured destruction. Her blood will flow, drip, and consume, and parry that of the darkness and despair they'd faced this far for what haunted them each most, for her plans do not end at one man, or even at unrelenting power. She craves the infinite. She craves everything. Underestimating her had assured destruction, and further doing so will assure they all perish, for she knows she has nothing to lose, that she is not already lost. A villain without a weakness, for she knows they would not sacrifice her only weakness, nor would they sacrifice her host, assured there is another way. But hatred runs thick, and time for her plans ran endless, for she knew they were willing to follow their sister, lover, and daughter unto death, and hold their brother and lover without restraint. This was war. They knew this, had been through this a great many times before, but have lost far too much to acknowledge it, and so they feign ignorance of the fact sacrifices will have to be made to gain ground. Not all can be saved, and someone will die. In other fates, many could die, but it all depends on them. What lines are they willing to cross? What are they willing to lose to survive? How broken are they willing to make themselves? For Asmodeus, it was his wife, daughter, timeline of sorrow, sanity, and his very life. But what about you? What will you do, Leon of House Preston?
What the fuck is this?
Is he able to do anything right now?
You feel as though you could speak?
Who are you?
You see the smoke dissipate.
Fuck!
And
Come
the
back.
body falls limp.
Oh.
And you hear a voice echo from far away. I can feel you. You feel like Asmodeus, but are not. His power masks you, but I will smite you all the same. You hear a thunderous laugh following that. You know it as Julia.
Who was the body that fell in front of me?
No body fell in front of you.
I thought
The body falls limp,
Oh.
like it was talking. And then
Okay.
it went
Damn.
limp.
That shit crazy. Ooh. Ooh.
Not body falling.
Oh, the ghost like going limp.
Body falls limp.
Can he just who's the body? Is that Asmodeus's or just some bigger?
I did in fact say that.
Oh, sorry.
I'll read the beginning one more time. As you blinked, you suddenly emerged upon said thing. It was tall, 30 feet in height, towering over you. Seemingly, it was the source of the dripping blood. Looking up, you note it's a thick and large spike, the equivalent of a pillar. A body pierced through it, draping there. The body was Asmodeus.
Okay, sorry, because I was like, it's in the thing. It says Asmodeus sacrificed, like he's talking in the third person.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like,
That's important.
yeah, that's why I was like, oh shit, he was talking in the third person. So the black thing just left him.
Yeah. After you said, "Who are you?" the smoke left him
Bruh.
and just dissipated.
Can I decipher it or try to with this fucking +0?
Yeah, you can make an arcana. check.
I'll try. I mean, the worst that happened is I don't know. So, I mean, he's not gonna do well. He got a 12.
Whatever it was, it felt evil. But not Julia evil.
It's just like an overall evil, or
No. Like you are staring something beyond death. Non-existence in the face. The absolute wiping out of every timeline and everything, every person, like it never existed.
Yikes! Arr!
The overwhelming power on parallel with Mathiel,
Damn.
Diablos, and Azrael.
Damn. why it gotta be this hobo ass figuring this shit out? And so, does he feel anything in the realm as Julia's speaking? Like, shit's going...
You feel her. And you hear sloshing.
Oh, God. How do I wake up? Oh, God! Can he control some of the
I
realm?
want you to make a con save.
Oh, God! Leon! I got a nat 20! Fuck!
You feel your body shaking, and when you blink, you open your eyes and you see Archeon shaking you. And as your eyes flutter open, he holds you and he says, "You were having a nightmare, love. Are you okay?"
No.
What's wrong?
And he's like, fuck. I don't know. I was in Asmo's realm. My whatever realm.
So Sabora's.
Sabora's realm.
Okay.
And
We'll have this conversation as a group.
this is not looking good.
Yep. He walks out the door and he says, everyone involved with Sabora and her plague, come here. And
Sorry.
you see like everyone kind of look around and they're like,
Okay, why not?
and so third timeline crew and second timeline crew all come.
Okay. Leon's like, oh my god. Yeah, Asmo's like dead as hell. This is the first thing. He's like,
Kira says, Asmodeus is dead?
for sure.
She killed him?
He was on a pike in the realm bleeding out. And then it wasn't him talking to me, but it was something possessing him talking to me.
I feel like there's something more to that.
There might be, but I wasn't there long enough for Julia started.
He was a lesser god and she was a false god. Their power plays were inherently different.
I don't know, but something was possessing him. And it was like some black smoke. And the only thing...
Possessing his dead body, because at that point he was probably already dead.
And then, I mean, he was bleeding, and the source of the blood was like kind of him.
Did you do anything while you were there?
Well, I couldn't because Julio came in and was trying to look for me.
How did you find the body?
I don't know. I just started walking towards it, and I couldn't control anything. I couldn't control myself until I got to the body, and it finished speaking to me, which it said...
Did it just start talking, or did your body do something to trigger it?
I'm sorry, Mary. Did his body just... He touched it. He touched it.
Yeah, he touched the spot.
I touched the pillar where Asmo was spiked on.
Okay. So it's as if something was calling you to it.
Yeah. And he said, well, whatever that thing was inside of him said, and he kind of recounts what was said.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not. He's like, it's not good. I don't like this at all.
Did Julia sense you?
She did, and she couldn't decipher who I was because all she could see was Asmo's energy was masking me. But she started coming towards me, and then I woke up, but I didn't see her at all, so.
And because you can't control your power when you were asleep, you went there, I assume.
Probably.
So that means every time you sleep, you're probably going to go there until you learn
I
how to
mean,
control
I can
it.
survive a week without sleep. I've done it before.
Kira glances at Josie.
Josie's like, has done it
And then glances at Grelin Tower, who she's also seen with a week of no sleep.
before.
And is like, she's like, for some reason, I don't think that's a good idea.
No. Josie's like, just don't keep around any machinery.
Grelin Tower, that's your job.
And Tara's like, I think it'd be great. I came up with great ideas when I'm sleep deprived.
Yeah, you also have lost limbs because of it, okay?
It's just an arm. Like, it's just a hand. It's just a hand. I mean, look, Leon has lost nothing. He is...
Yeah.
Leon's
Only
like,
his life multiple times.
is that what Arkin says?
That's what Kira says.
Leon's like, I mean, I think I'd rather lose a limb than a life again. So...
We'll see how long you can even hold on to your life with Juliet. Fucking... You still have to figure out what even to do with Sabora's and her whole situation.
Jessie sighs. She's like... Jessie's like, Strahd may have an idea.
Yeah, Strahd is the only person not here right now.
Yeah, and Jessie's like...
Kira's like, yeah, speaking of, he's not here right now.
I know, I'm going to go find him now.
Probably
He doesn't
wise.
know that I put a tracker.
You put a tracker on him?
Yes.
The first vampire.
Yes.
I need one.
Is that what Kira says?
Yeah.
She's
For
like,
a couple people.
we'll go on towers a bunch. So, we'll go towers like, yeah.
She grabs a few.
It's like, imagine, like, in her tower, there's, like, a chest, right? And there's just open up, and there's this tiny little, like, the typical, like, spy trackers, like, hundreds of them inside of it. She's like, yeah, I mean, they don't work, like, interdimensionally yet, but, like, they kind of work on the timeline, so.
Brilliant. She immediately turns and put one on Hayden.
Hayden's like, what? I don't...
She says, you know damn well you get kidnapped too often for me not to put this on you.
Okay, I didn't expect us to get sucked into it.
Putting one on R2.
Or not even here right now.
No, he's not, but he's about to be. She goes and she walks. She goes to the other timeline.
Leon's like, does anyone else need a tracker?
Archeon says, you?
I don't need a tracker.
My ass. You went to a whole other fucking realm in your sleep. You need a fucking tracker.
I don't think that would track me.
It might.
Your was like, you never know. You should go to sleep again.
No!
We gotta test the hypothesis.
No, you need to get busy, Girl in Tower, on figuring out the memory thing, remember?
I haven't. They're in the tubes. You see that?
Bye-bye.
You see that? It's right behind you.
Adios.
It's right there.
You are in our bedroom. We are not in your lab. Go.
He's my dad, so biologically.
Biologically, goodbye.
She's like, okay, fine. I leave.
And he ushers everyone out of the room now that we had a conversation.
He's like, why is it always fucking me?
Because you're an anomaly. As they all say.
Yeah, but Josie's more lucky to be Josie. Or like, someone else is an anomaly. We can't just be the
I think, Josie's been through a lot.
Sorry, that's Jackal laughing. He's like, yeah, but like, what if there's other anomalies out there? Why can't it be them?
I mean, the Richtens are anomalies.
Damn, Mary, salt your mic. They are, but like, what if there's other anomalies out there? Why can't it be them or something?
Maybe they have other things going on. I don't know.
I don't think they have this shit going on.
Are you sure? Do you know every anomaly on the planet? No.
I can go to time.
So stop being woe is me.
I'm not.
And go talk to a god to learn to control your powers. Go talk to Lucian.
Okay, I'll go talk to Lucian. I think I was gonna try Millennia since she has dark magic and it's like kind of close to Abyssal.
Well, at that point, you might as well just go talk to some abyss person.
Thanks for
that. Go
that.
talk to a god. He like freaking storms out.
He's like, okay, I'll go talk to the guy.
Sabora. You are in Lucian's realm, which it's similar to Lathander's, however, it feels more beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It feels far more majestic than Lathander's. And you reside within Lucian's palace. His realm is still small in comparison to Lathander's, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's a little outside garden in front and in the back of his palace, but that's about as big as his realm is. And there's a majestic pond that has koi fish in it in the front. And a little garden with roses and of all colors in
That's
the back.
cute.
And his house is shades of white, gold, and like tan. Very neutral colors, but on the brighter side of things.
Cool.
And you kind of have it to yourself because Lucian is not here right now.
Right.
To yourself,
Julia.
other than Julia.
Now, is Julia separated from me in his realm
No.
too? So, okay. So it would just be in my realm that we would be
I
separated.
got distracted by Leon being in the fucking thing.
Yeah, you actually felt her briefly leave you.
Dang,
As
that's
if
crazy.
you were alone for a split second.
Oh shit,
And then came
wait.
back.
That'd be
Dang.
crazy. What if Leon acts as bait in the realm and it gets out, and she's gone, and then we just fucking go crazy or something? I don't know.
Because the realm, so what I mean by that is that she's still in Sabora, but like her
Ew.
focus is elsewhere.
Okay. Maybe this.
It's very different from her like yeeting out of Sabora. But you feel as though you have been here for years. Sephora.
Dang.
Even though it's only been not even a day. Because Julia won't leave you the fuck alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's she doing?
Taunting you at every turn. You feel her in your head poking.
For less than a day, she's
memories.
always fucking going crazy.
That's annoying.
Yeah, like, you have things that you want to, like, keep to yourself, and she's taking a fucking needle and poking them, basically, on the inside of your brain.
I love that. I'm so glad.
And she's been doing that for, as I said, what feels like years, even though it's been barely a fucking day. And as in being, it feels like years, it's as if time is passing here slower.
Right.
Or faster, almost. Slower in the sense that it's taking longer for the days to go by.
Yeah.
But faster in the sense it's going faster than the original timeline.
Right.
But after, and she's been mainly bothering you in silence unless you've spoken to her.
Right.
Just kind of like toying with you. But after a while, you feel her stop poking.
Do I still feel her there, or
So
she's just stopped? What am I doing right now?
What do you want to be doing?
There's
There's a kitchen and there's a bunch of things you can do. Like, the whole house is yours.
So this is it feeling like years later, so maybe she's like, I don't know, sweeping or something.
Maybe you could do the soul thing and kind of dig through your soul again. I don't know if that would actually work, though.
I guess.
So she's out of the picture right now. Well, not focusing on the picture right now.
I guess she'll just be like, Julia, what are you up to?
You hear a laugh.
You've been bothering my thoughts for basically the whole time we've been here, but you've stopped. Why is that?
We have a visitor.
A visitor? Where? Here?
Bernard.
Where?
Walk outside the door.
She goes,
You see Lucian.
Right.
oh,
Right.
hi Lucian.
Hey, so it's been a day.
No shit.
Why do you look like that?
I feel like I've been here for a year.
He hasn't figured the time thing out
I'll have
yet.
to fix that. I'll fix that. My bad. It is just the next morning though.
That's great. That's good to know.
So not much time. I don't think Strahd would make it a year. But I'm here to check on you. How are you feeling? Are you feeling like Sephora, or are you feeling like not Sephora?
Well, I'm not Julia, if that's what you're asking.
That's good. That was what I was asking.
Yeah, she's been poking around in my brain until you came, and then she's
Poking?
yeah,
Literally?
more or less.
Did you get anything out of it?
Did you get anything out of it, Julia?
Of course.
She said, of course.
I don't know how much I believe her.
You gotta insight check that, Haley.
I mean, what does she care at this point?
That's true.
Because what won't she know?
It's true.
16?
She got, like, tidbits of things, but nothing conclusive. Like, nothing like your deepest, darkest secrets and all of your family's deepest, darkest secrets.
It's kind of like
Right.
Dictionary.
But she's starting to piece things together.
Uh-huh.
Like, as if she were putting a puzzle together,
Right.
kind of thing. And she's got all these tiny little pieces of your life that she's trying to form so she can have an easier time manipulating you and your friends, you would think.
That's so great.
And perhaps a harder time at distinguishing where Julia starts and you end.
That's also great. I'm so glad that she's doing that. So yeah, that's what's been up for the past year. It's fine.
You see him turn, and a dial actually appears in the sky, and he looks at it and he goes, and he grabs it and he tilts it. And he's like, I think if I tilt it this way, that it'll speed up time. I'm gonna leave for a minute, okay? And you tell me how long it's felt like it's been, okay?
It's gonna be like 20 years.
And he leaves, and after a minute he comes back, and for you it's felt like a minute.
Okay.
That's
And
nice.
he's like, okay, what'd it feel like?
It felt like a minute.
Good. Okay, I fixed
Give
it.
her-
It's fixed.
Give her
I
a
did
fucking
Thank
year.
I'm sorry for leaving you with Julia for a year. I'm sure that wasn't pleasant. But I mean, was she talking to you?
Was she talking to me?
She just was poking.
Thankfully, she wasn't really talking to me much at all, so that's nice.
Okay. Well, is there anything that you want me to know, tell you, or anything like that while I'm here?
Probably not. Maybe it's best I don't know anything.
Okay.
Is there something you want to tell me?
We're figuring things out.
Yay.
Good. I like progress.
I do too. Let's just say, as vaguely as possible, we got a couple warnings or so.
Oh,
So we're working on that.
from who?
That part we actually don't know. Something not good. And powerful.
Leon Lily.
Oh my!
Leon Lily be telling
Yay!
me shit went down.
It mentioned you.
That bodes extremely well.
I guess, in the words of said being, we'll see how far we're willing to go. To win. How broken we get. Okay, I'm off. Probably be back later.
Okay. Probably.
I'm not gonna tell you that I know how to fix you. I don't. I'm not gonna get Julia out of you. We're trying to figure it out though. It's a work in progress.
Okay.
Tell her fuck you? I don't know.
It's okay. You can go. She's like,
Julia says, that was fun.
yeah, he has a way with words.
Clearly.
He has a way with words. Shut up. That's so funny.
I wonder, Sabora,
Do you?
how long are you going to have to wait here with
I don't know.
me? Do you think your friends are smart enough to have another plan when they don't want to make any sacrifices?
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Something has to give.
You're not wrong about that.
And you almost feel like a pressure in your brain as she says, what are you willing to lose?
Ooh.
And she goes quiet.
Oh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Audible bruh.
Leon, you were looking for Lucian.
Yeah.
Lucian actually reappears right as you
He's
walk out
walking.
looking
He's
for
like,
him.
damn.
And he's like, oh, Leon, hi. I
Yeah.
heard about your little...
Yeah. What's
Then
up
we
with Sabora?
And she's Sabora. I messed up the time thing. She was accidentally there with Julia for like a year, but it's okay. I fixed it.
That's not good, but you did fix it, so.
I mean, Julia didn't really bother her that much. Like, I could tell from her face, but...
Well, like, what was she doing?
Living?
I mean, what was
Existing?
Julia?
Oh. Poking. When does she not? Do we have a plan for that, by the way? Do we have a plan to, like, separate one from two?
Leon's like, I mean, I got a few ideas, but they're not really good.
Where's Strahd?
Josie's trying to find Strahd.
Speaking of, Josie, you have looked through the entire palace and you cannot find Strahd.
She's like, this fucking tracker sucks ass. She's like, where could he fucking be?
It's almost as if he's moving so fast that the tracker tracks him one place and then he goes somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else.
And she's like, he's in the palace though.
Mm-hmm. You can't pinpoint him, but you see the tracker says he's here.
Is everyone kind of like went back to sleep because it's really early, or is it like kind of?
It's not early.
Okay,
it's like 9.
Okay, so everyone's kind of just getting started. Okay, Jesse's gonna make bless you.
Thank
Make
you.
a investigation check to see if there's anything he's leaving behind. See if there's any like thing he's doing that she can notice that's different. Fucking 20.
He's not leaving anything behind, but it seems that he's doing something. You're seeing him go and move in a pattern of sorts as he walks. Would you like to follow the pattern? You know that after you walk it once, it's a symbol.
It's a symbol.
Mm-hmm.
A symbol?
Symbol.
Symbol, okay. Does she know what the symbol is? So we can check.
Or history.
Oh, sorry, I rolled fucking Arcana. That's not what I meant to roll.
Yeah, it's not magical.
26.
This is Barovian, and it says, "Meet me."
She's gonna go to Saren.
You go to Saren. He's sitting there, and he woke up a little while ago, but he's just kind of been in his room.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
So Strahd's making this walking or vampire speed and writing a Barovian symbol that says "Meet me."
Follow me. And he walks you out, and you exit the palace, and you go into the nearby woods. And you see Saren looking for something as he walks. And you see a large boulder of sorts. Suddenly he emerges upon, and next to it you see a small pond.
Mm-hmm.
And Saren says, "Here."
Alright, thanks.
He says, "When I was Sergei, he would leave me messages of sorts with that similar coding, and we would meet by the pond in Ravenloft." In
Fair.
Barovia specifically.
Who do you think he's trying to contact now?
Well, arguably, since you came to me, I would say you. And right as he said that, Strahd walked up.
She's like,
And he says,
blow the fuck
he says, "I knew you would show up. I knew that you would go to my brother. I knew you would show up with my brother. I am so smart."
Okay, Strahd, what's going on?
So, the plan to separate Julia and Sephora. I heard of Leon's little encounter.
Yep.
I think it's trying to tell us something. That we're not willing to make enough sacrifices. And I am willing to make said sacrifices. So, I think we sacrifice some things. Perhaps some people.
Bruh.
What does Saren look like?
Saren's like,
No, Mary, please have both Saren and Josie do the same thing, but they're doing the opposite directions.
Saren's holding his head, just
It's like, okay, so can we go over what the sacrifices you're intending are?
yes. 3 things are on the table.
Okay.
The realm
Mm-hmm.
of Asmodeus.
Okay.
No, 4 things, sorry. 4 things are on the table. The realm,
Uh-huh.
Leon,
Uh-huh.
Ophelia,
Mm-hmm.
or R.
I bet both Josie and Saren are like,
Saren's sitting here holding his face like, Strahd, we can't just sacrifice people.
So, there is a smart way to go about it, though, but the issue is it's still going to be pretty questionable to the forward timeline.
Strahd says, I don't know what they're talking about. I could just sacrifice them, simple as that.
Yes, you could, but I don't think it.
And we should just do it. It is Sabora we're talking
Okay,
about.
I know, but...
My wife.
Okay.
My queen.
Shut up, let me finish!
No.
then he's just quiet to let her finish. I'm sorry, the character. And she's like, okay, I feel like there's a way to do this, right? Where we can sacrifice things, but we can give Julia a bad bargain. Kind of fall out on our end of the deal. You know, just turn the tables on her.
Or we give her what she wants and then kill her in it. When she's not in Sabora, we can just kill the person.
I feel like the fourth time's gonna be
Not
very...
Ophelia having the same idea.
Yeah, I feel like the fourth timeline is a important as much as an ally we could have against Cerberus.
Are they?
They defeated Math.
We have gods on the second timeline, okay? And then on the third time, there's
Do you think the second timeline would like this at all?
They don't have to know.
And
That's why I did this.
They're not idiots.
They're not going to know. How would they know?
Meanwhile,
It's Lucian's realm.
Meanwhile, Saren's like... What's Saren look like?
Saren's like, you're bold to assume that I wouldn't tell them.
Jody's like, literally. I feel...
Stroud's like, what do you mean? You are my brother. We have a blood bond.
Josie's like, look, there's a way I feel like we can go about this. Where we're sacrificing...
You're trying to be too good. The evil thing said that we need to make sacrifices. I'm willing to make
But they
them.
didn't say we could cheat Julia.
You're trying to cheat her. It said make sacrifices. It didn't say make cheats. That's not what it said. It said make sacrifices.
I mean, things can go wrong.
Sacrifices mean things are to be sacrificed.
Let's
say, Josie, okay, that you do in fact cheat her. Oh my gosh, I have tricked the almighty Julia. Wow. Okay. Here is the issue with that. You get her out of Sabora's body from some means. She tries to go somewhere else or into someone else, okay? But perhaps we plan that too and she cannot. Then what do we do, Josie?
We just kill her, wouldn't we?
We can't just kill her. If she is a being, a soul, without a host, do you understand where she goes if she has no host?
This is gonna be awful, but what if we... Grontar's making artificial souls of our loved ones' memories. What if we used one of those as a conduit of sorts?
Then we would have to try and convince her to hop into said thing regardless.
What if we...
Which is a whole other thing in itself because we're still not discussing the fact that we have to kill Julia.
What if we put her, as she's trying to jump to another soul, force her into the other one?
That's not going to work.
That sucks.
Forcing her in somewhere where she does not want to go will not work. Because we do not have the power to stop her when she killed Asmodeus. I can tell you right now, it does not matter how many of us are there. She will get to whatever person she is trying to get to. Or better yet, hop back into Sabora. And then we're at stage 1. This is why I say sacrifices are to be made. But per se, as I was saying before, you stop her from getting into another soul. And you stop her from going back to Sabora. Where she goes is Sabora's realm. And she can chip away at whatever is stopping her from getting back into Sabora. Or worse, she finds who the person who actually has a hold on that realm is. And poor Leon dies and she takes Asmodeus' power and becomes that of a god like Lucian. Do you see the issue? Now, we could also destroy the realm entirely. But that too requires sacrifice. As you saw with Kira when she destroyed Ravenloft, she had a price to pay. But even if money is not in play, gods who destroy realms, specifically realms that are not their own, have prices to pay. So per se, you got Juliet to go back to the realm. And then before she found Leon, got his power and took full control of the realm, deed and all. You had Lucian or some other god destroy the realm. Do you understand the cost in which that would be?
Damn it, our plan's out the fucking window.
Huh?
Our plan's out the window.
Yeah, maybe just a bit.
He thinks for a moment. He says, "No. You might still be willing to make said sacrifice to destroy the realm. Perhaps that is why Asmodeus made the realm to begin with, to be a sacrifice as to defeat Julia, but he could not say as much.
But not knowing what could happen when the realm's destroyed is something that...
But not knowing who the god that would destroy it, which would ultimately have to be Lucian, how that would impact him is another story. Because that god, that realm, though Julia is controlling it, it is a abyssal realm. The opposite of abyssal is light. That is Lucian. So as much as the
Could we not gather all the light gods to do it?
you're making a lot of assumptions about the righteousness of the light gods. Perhaps you could get Lathander to help? But I don't know that we want our two allies, our two gods, not another timelines. Lucian and Lathander are our gods.
Plus, we can't really afford to lose that
lose
realm
the realm.
anyway.
We could perhaps afford to lose the realm, but I don't think we could afford the
To
cost
destroy
that
it.
We could. Sabora is strong without that realm. She has been using her power without
Well,
it.
I meant in the
But
perspective of people destroying it, not support.
But the issue is the cost of destroying the realm could mean a great many things for Lucian or Lathander or both. Even if Lathander perhaps took the brunt force of it all. Because you know what happens if Lathander nor Lucian for that matter exist? There's no one to control and keep in line the light gods. And there's no one to keep the dark gods at bay. The realms would fall into chaos, and so would the timelines. So I'm saying for a worthy sacrifice, we could just kill one. Odd.
And then meanwhile, both Josie and Sarah are like,
Saren's like, you jumped to the sacrifice thing, and he's like, well, some being said that we needed to jump to the sacrifice
it's true
thing.
that we have to be testy with this, concerning how Juliet is.
And
in
Saren,
the moments. But I just feel like there should be a way to get Juliet to trap Julia in some sort of manner.
Saren also notes, and he says, and Strahd, the issue with choosing R as well is Julia's not stupid. She would know that Ophelia's not stupid and would probably have warded R.
Mm-hmm.
So really he's off the table entirely. The only people on the table are Ophelia or Leon. And Leon being the lesser that she might want because she could get the realm just by killing Leon.
Mm-hmm. So she's probably just out for his neck, if anything.
And Strahd says, but Ophelia has everything that she wants.
And just I feel like it's going to be awful if Julia takes Ophelia though, just because then we'd have something else to deal with, wouldn't we?
That's why you kill her. It's the sacrifice. Because let's say that Julia does in fact take Ophelia. Not only does she have R because of their blood contract, which I can smell from a mile away, but she also has a blood hunter with the power and capabilities to be a blood god. Julia would be no false god any longer. She would be that of a true god. She would be a force to be reckoned with that even Lucian would struggle to fight one-on-one. Not to mention she is conniving and full of hatred. But what do you think would happen after she did take Ophelia, perhaps? Her eyes would still fall on Sephora. So she would have to die. Because Julia wants her cake and to eat it too. She wants everything, as the being said. She wants everything. That is my advice, though. But I am not leaving this little spot with you all today until we figure out a way to get my love back.
Because I think having sacrifice is smart, but killing and making enemies with the worst people that we can make enemies with is also just as dangerous. Considering we have a whole ass Cerberus out there.
Perhaps enemies are to be made.
I think enemies are going to be made, but how bad they become our enemy is up to how we handle it, I guess.
I have stated my piece.
She's like, I'll see what I can pull up.
You can tell no one else of this plan.
No one else?
Me, you, and Saturn.
What does Saren look like?
We are the only ones clued in. Saren's like, what the fuck do you mean? I didn't want to be a part of this.
Saren literally just brought Josie over here. Josie's like, I didn't think he'd fucking do this.
Saren's like, I knew he fucking would. I knew he would do this to me. He brought me in to do another one of his schemes. Because I'm his brother. Fucking.
What does Sean say?
Sean's just laughing. He's like, yeah. You are my brother.
And she's like, there's gotta be. We can test things. But in order to keep, I guess, Julia out of Sabor, let's talk about the first part of the plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a possible plan.
Okay.
To keep Julia out of going back into Sabor's soul, if we decide to fully give her up, and then she's like, oh, I just want to get Sabor, I don't know, it's just gonna be really weird. Or something else. Do you think Ophelia would need to fill in that blank contract she has with Sabora? And also, actually, that is dangerous if Ophelia has a blank contract with Sabora and Julia ends up hopping in Ophelia.
The difference is that if Ophelia is lost when Julia jumps into her, if she is no longer in control, perhaps, that blood contract with Sabora still lies with Ophelia. But Ophelia can give it up.
She can, and honestly I think she would if we did that shit to her.
Unless we stopped her from using her powers.
Julia or Ophelia?
Ophelia.
Mary, you want us to fuck over Ophelia so bad.
I'm talking as Strahd. I don't want you to fuck with
Yeah, I think
Ophelia,
it's
Mary.
Strahd, because Strahd...
It's very Strahd, because Strahd wants to make all of the sacrifices.
Strahd only sees...
Strahd would fuck over the entire fourth timeline to save Sabora.
And
just so we're clear.
That's why it's like Strahd would say that shit, because he just wants to get to Sabora. Josie's thinking about the fucking aftermath. She's like...
personally thought it would be funny if it was Argan.
But
also know that Ophelia wouldn't be stupid enough to let
Julia
Argan
wouldn't
put in that
also be
position
stupid
again.
enough to do that straight up either. It would be funny if it was Ar, but Ar was definitely gonna get his due diligence if that fucking happened. Like,
so, other than Sabora, who is the best option for Julia?
Not many.
Not many.
It's Ophelia.
Yeah, no, really.
Really.
And so...
I don't want y'all to fuck her over. I'm scared about it.
Mary's like, it's all up to us to basically be like, let's have a plan and figure it out.
I don't want my girl to die.
I don't want her to die either. I love her. So as Josie, but Josie, like, this is not
That would be a whole villain arc for R.
That would
be fucking hilarious.
No,
that would be hilarious.
It'd be dangerous because in the second timeline probably wouldn't be keen on helping the third timeline much anymore.
No, they probably wouldn't, but at the same time, they don't really have much of a fucking choice if the second timeline and the third timeline are already merged.
Yeah, so it's hard on them already.
Get the fuck out of our palace.
Because, like, Josie knows it's going to be dangerous either way, however they do this, and there's going to be a sacrifice, but she also thinks it's very unwise to just throw Ophelia into the fucking fire like that.
Now, Strahd, who does not know her and does not give a fuck, is so willing to do so.
Yeah.
'Cause he gives no
And so
fuck.
that's why it's like Mary doesn't want to fuck Ophelia, but
Which is why
Strahd
it's
would.
so different than the other reality where you guys went to her wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Because Strahd is fine with people. But he has always stated, from the beginning of this campaign actually, that it is Sabora and Sergei or nothing. He will sacrifice the entire universe for those two.
And that's why it's so
It's
dangerous.
funny as fuck.
It is funny as fuck.
It's funny because...
And it's fun being able to play a character like that.
It's funny because even the entity warned that we have to make sacrifices, but also it's very dangerous losing
Sacrifices.
stuff. Because what Strahd does will be like a fucking chaos incarnate.
But also, Strahd is so willing to just kill everybody else on both timelines.
And that's why Josie is just like...
For his
Josie and Sarah are both like...
Because you guys are like morally righteous, he's not. So whatever consequences he gets, he's gonna kill those consequences too. He's just gonna.
It's like Josie's like righteous, but Josie's more thinking about like the consequences after. She's always like, let's think ahead type of person. So she's thinking about if they do this to Ophelia, fourth timeline's gonna be angry as hell. Second timeline probably is gonna be less keen on helping.
I hate to see Calliope, bro.
No, Calliope! Oh, poor Taryn, man. Taryn's get fucked up.
Taryn trying to enjoy his
Zod.
life with his fucking girlfriend.
Zod.
Fucking,
I wish
my
Corey was here
God.
so I could tell him. What if Ophelia died? How would Zod react? I'm gonna text him that right now.
Please, bro.
I need to figure out.
So we can get his input.
I just wanna know.
And he's gonna be like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, I missed only 16 fucking sessions, bro. What the fuck?
I just want to know just because he's not here, but like, because it's like a possibility this could happen if Josie and Sarah.
Oh, there's a for sure possibility if Josie and Sarah don't fucking fuck down Strahd.
Yeah, if they don't figure out a way to be like this.
And if they
Or
don't
think of a better idea.
If they don't figure out a better way, Strahd's doing it either way.
Yeah, it's basically trying to get Strahd to be like, okay, we can do that plan, but the issue is we can't do it that way.
Ooh, and Millennia would be fucking furious. Oh, God.
So it's basically convincing him to let at least a few other people in, because we definitely do need Millennia in there, because Millennia is actually a bad part.
Well, that depends on the plan. Like, he doesn't want anyone else involved in the scheming of it. But he doesn't mind other people being involved in the execution.
Like tell them how to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
But nobody can be, like...
scheming with them.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he wants.
Okay.
You are the two people that he trusts the most.
Hey, can you help me as just a player?
Think of a plan?
Well, because we kind of with the Discord of what generally we wanted, which was, I feel like, not a dumb idea.
No, it's not a bad idea. The only part y'all didn't think about, which I was going to mention before you went to sleep, was how to actually kill Julia.
That's what I was thinking of when then I fell asleep. I was like, I'm gonna think about it, then I fucking passed out because I was tired.
Because you guys got the part of how to get Julia out of everybody.
Which is smart, yeah.
But the part of how to kill Julia, because if she didn't have anywhere to go, right, she would go straight to the realm.
And we can't...
Just like naturally, or like she would will it?
She would will herself to the realm.
Okay.
Because she wouldn't have any soul to be in, so her standing there stagnant as a virus, it's a very bad idea.
And I feel like destroying the realm is definitely not like a smart idea for like multiple reasons.
But it's not a dumb idea.
It's not a dumb, but
there's not really another way to kill Julia.
Like, there could be a way to alter the realm, because Leon is a conduit into it, sort of, I guess. So there may be a way to use Leon to be able to kind of like also seal off the realm somewhat, because
if he can attune to the power.
About the power, because he's not attuned to it, which is why he walked and couldn't control anything.
There's probably something like some kind of weird loophole that he could add on to it. Well, not add on to it, but that can go through him that he's not like really using it. What was I thinking of? like something to cut him like as a conduit into the realm to seal it off. Like not him doing it, but it's like him as a conduit.
I mean, by technicality, any other god could also take Asmodeus's power from you, and by extension, the deed to the realm.
That is true. Now, if they're willing to give it back.
Or are able to take it in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Or if it clashes with who they are.
Because he can't just give it up to fucking Lucian, Lathander, Tyr, but he could give it to Millennia.
Yeah.
But that would also be assuming that you guys trust Millennia when you know nothing about her.
Yeah.
Other than Lathander saying, yeah, she's pretty cool.
Right.
And also stating the fact that y'all are quite literally gonna try and fuck over Ophelia, even in the smallest sense. She'd have to betray Ophelia.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a betrayal.
It would.
Even if it means that she'd be okay, because even in that sense, there's a possibility she does not live through this.
Yeah. And so it's like getting Millennia to get on the train, 1. 2.
Because if there was a way for Millennia to just focus on keeping Ophelia safe, she'd probably be on board.
But if it's like her taking the realm and having that, she won't
because
be able to do
she
it.
would have to focus on 2 things at once.
Yeah.
Because let's say, right, she gets Ophelia's soul, right, saves it.
But then it's like she has the other realm that.
But then she's focusing on the realm, and then
Julie
she
can
can't.
snatch Ophelia's soul because
Yes.
it's connected to Millennia.
She could go straight. Not even that, she could go straight back to Ophelia. As soon as Millennia put her focus on the realm to try and deal with it, she could just go, perfect, and go back to Ophelia and get in.
It's like so clever, but so awful for the 4th timeline, bro.
It's very Julia.
It is very Julia.
Because she's had a lot of time to think.
Mm-hmm. And so because Flia's gonna be mad as hell, but honestly, like having her alive is better than not.
Unless you find something else, obviously, other than Ophelia to offer to Julia.
Yeah,
What about one of the old creators?
Amani?
That have no power?
Well, I mean, they have the knowledge of
They have
the
semblance of it, but they don't have enough to be like anything special.
I mean, if you offered one of the creators, maybe.
Because what I was thinking is that Julia wanted to learn soul magic, and one of the old creators, or two of the old creators, they like know soul magic. They're not as powerful as they used to be, but maybe the knowledge is
knowledge to become a god, but they choose not to.
She wanted to learn soul magic so she could do something similar to that of what Aslan did with Strahd.
Destroy Samora.
Which is make a bunch of, like, control someone's soul, in a sense, that you can get them to do your bidding.
Yeah.
Now, not exactly the same thing, but it's similar to what Aslan did to Strahd, because while Strahd was basically on a leash, is what it was, it's a similar concept to what she wants to do.
Mm.
But getting one of the old creators to do so would feel a bit of like a waste in comparison. It might be a bonus prize if y'all wanted to compile a bunch of things she might want and give her multiple things. But regarding like hopping out of Sabora just for the information a old creator could provide, she probably wouldn't do it because power is her main objective.
Yeah.
Because her knowledge is not power, so.
It could be power, but
she...
the issue is that
if there's someone that has the knowledge and the power, she'd rather have someone like that.
Yes, and that's what Sabora is to her.
And so it's like...
Though she does hate Sabora. So
it's like, if Millennia basically focused on energy on Ophelia, keep Ophelia safe. This is crazy.
Now, Strahd could also technically be on the table.
But Strahd wouldn't do that, would he?
Sacrifice himself for Sabora? Easily.
Sabora would be pissed.
Yeah, that would be pissed.
But he would do it.
He would do it. What? But
That's just Mary saying that.
But he has no one to pull him like back if he gets taken.
Oh, fuck no, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have
No. But, I mean, wouldn't be the first or last time he was taken, so...
Because funny stuff on
Campaign Part 2, taken by...
Julia.
Motherfucker.
Because it's like, Strahd would be a great option if there was a way to safeguard him, but there's no way to safeguard him from that.
No, not really.
No, because there's no...
Because he doesn't even have an allegiance to any god, so no god would vouch for him.
No one claims his soul inherently, so...
He claims his own.
Yeah. I mean, he can pull himself out. And it's like... So that's not even like a good option to have. It's not even a good option for it to happen. Does it take time for her to leech off of somebody's soul, or is it instantaneous? Instant? Okay.
It takes time for her to get, like, full grasp and control of it and take it over completely.
How long would that take?
I don't know, Sabora. How long would that take?
Probably not too much longer.
Yeah. Which is why she's poking and prodding.
Yeah, because I was like, if it takes a bit, there could be a way to pull her off the soul before she even gets to, like...
But what would be the point of that either if she just hops from one soul to another? Now, it might be easier since there would be a realm not involved, but it would be the same equivalent of saying, save Sabora just to have someone else deal with this problem.
Yeah. It's like,
Which could work. I mean, you know, she'd be significantly less strong in Ophelia than she would Sabora, especially because she wouldn't have access to the realm anymore. However... she would still be on par with a blood god.
I was gonna. It's like if we do just throw Julia into the fire without any fucking barrier. It's like.
You could just pop her in Ophelia and have them deal with it.
That's awful,
bro.
It would be fucked up, but.
Why don't we just
get some more out of it?
Get a peasant.
Fucking peasant.
Get a peasant. We're all nobility here.
Could we get one of the creators to, like, catch her soul, like, trap it? Like the way that we did with, someone one time.
That was Diablos and Azrael that did it, though.
Oh.
And we can't contact them right
now. Now, with soul magic, they could technically try, but there's a possibility that they wouldn't be able to get all of her soul.
Yeah.
Because imagine it like she is a bunch of little bacteria, right? They can catch a lot of the bacteria, but if the bacteria still gets in, it's too late.
Yeah. It's just like
she can just rebuild.
Yeah, and then getting her out is like another fucking story. Well, she'll be weaker, but it's still annoying.
She'll be fucking weaker, but at the same time, she'll have everything she's ever wanted.
Yeah.
So really, like, because if let's say she did hop into Ophelia, she would have R's blood on hand.
Mm-hmm.
She could make a blood contract with R.
That's
right
why
there.
It's like.
That's why it's the equivalent of giving R and Ophelia up. Unless you got Ophelia to break every contract she has, including that blood contract with R.
And Mia already said that if you try to break that, he could die anyway, so... I already put that into place. Just because they already shared too much blood with each other, so basically cutting it will kill him, possibly kill him.
So Jacqueline screwed you on that one.
I did.
Dang, it's almost like we should just blow up the realm and be done with it.
I didn't find a solution. That's why I told y'all ahead of time so you could think about it a little bit.
Yeah, the only part we didn't think is track. 'Cause I thought we could easily just clap her soul and then like somehow get it.
I mean,
nope.
Unless you think you can. I mean, you can test your luck. But it would be luck.
Yeah, that's all.
That's why I'm telling you that you might want to find another way, because at the end of the day, let's say, per se, all of your creators do in fact grab her soul. If they fail to get it, she goes back to the realm. And it was all for nothing. Because she'll eventually get back into Sabora. Or worse, she finds Leon and kills him, and then that's her realm. And then she can make a body for herself.
And then we gotta deal with fucking God Julia.
Because you have her as a virus right now, but if she gains enough power, she doesn't have to have a body. She could be a thing.
What if, like if there was a way to, like, make her a thing, sort of? Like, not a
Give her the power?
Something like that. There has to be a way that I feel to block off the realm somehow through Leon that isn't Leon inherently. Because Leon doesn't. He's like
he doesn't have the power to do it yet unless he practices.
Unless someone uses him as a conduit of some sorts into it.
Can anyone control the realm through Leon?
You can ask.
Who are we asking?
I don't know. I don't know who you would ask.
I mean, gods, I guess. Really?
A DM, I guess.
Yeah, that's really all we can ask.
Roll?
Go ahead, Jack. Roll.
With what?
I don't know.
Hey, if you get above a 10, it works. If you get below a 10, it doesn't.
Fucking hell, man. Oh, I got a 17.
It works. You can do conduit.
There you go. You got what you wanted. Now what you gonna do with it?
That's the next part I gotta figure out. Thanks for helping me, Haley.
You're welcome.
Thanks for telling me jack shit. But if someone could like, I guess not like manipulate the realm, but kind of encase the realm so it like she can't get back into it.
Who?
Can't be a light god because they would just clash on the orders. Can't be. Well, we can pick another god besides the gods we know.
If she couldn't go back to Sabora's realm, where would she go?
She'd be idle.
Would that be
So
easier
she'd just be out there?
Would that be easier to catch her, or would she still be like flying around?
I mean, she could hop into someone's soul without a contract. She can try and fight her way in. So that essentially would be the next thing.
Just trying to get her as she's fighting to get in someone's soul, or figuring out to keep her away from everyone else's souls or previous host souls.
Correct.
So do you think maybe it would be a good idea to let her get into the realm and then blow up the realm with her inside it so that it takes her soul with it?
That'd be a surefire way to make sure she dies.
Basically permadeath for her.
Dang, that's crazy. That sounds like a good idea.
I know, but do I really want to risk Lucian or Pander fucking getting knocked down?
Well, it's almost like you're a conduit. So they're not really directly involved.
Kill Leon again. Kill Leon again. Except he beat.
Because you wanted the conduit thing, so that means that while they might take the cause, Leon might instead. So take that as you will.
That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck ass. Thinking.
So how's your day been? I took a nap earlier.
That's nice.
I wanted to sleep for
didn't.
longer. I woke up and I was like, fuck, I gotta get up.
I woke up and went to work and then was sad about it.
You were sad about going to work?
Always.
I was sad about going to work. But honestly, I had a pretty good day. Like, surprisingly good day. I knocked this shit out.
Madison has an awful thing.
Dang. What happened?
They didn't tell her about a beanstalk thing that she was supposed to do for the
Beanstalk
kids.
thing?
Yeah, she had to make like a beanstalk for them because they were doing a Jack and the Beanstalk thing. They didn't tell her until today, and it was due today. So on her lunch break, she had to make it, and I helped her.
That's annoying.
If I give a deed to a random person and make them suffer the consequences.
So Leon gives the realm to someone?
Yeah.
Who?
Some random ass peasant.
God, he gives it to Strahd.
God, to let Julia trifle with him. Vengeance will be sought.
We won't even need to destroy the realm at that point.
No, he will wipe her ass.
So I mean, Leon could give the realm to someone else that could better handle the magic more than he can.
Correct.
Which could also not lead to as many consequences to destroying the realm, or even like
To do that, to have somebody who could control it, though, they would have to be a god or similar to that of a god. So Strahd technically could be an option since his power is equivalent to a lesser god.
Mm-hmm.
but it would have to be something along those lines, god or lesser god.
Yeah. I know for sure Leon's gonna be fucking dead.
Strahd as a lesser god would be crazy.
He doesn't need to be a lesser god. We can't have that running around.
Give him more power.
We cannot have that running around.
Everything. No, because if he got Julia out of the realm and got the deed to it, he'd just give it to Sabora.
Yeah, no, he would.
Because it's hers. He'd make a few demo Reno first, though.
It's even the chance.
He has to test drive it.
It's even the chance that he can get Julia out of it too. Because he could be fighting for like 100 years or something to get her ass out.
He could also fail. He could also succeed.
There's two ways that it can go.
He could also just blow up the fucking realm. So it just depends. It depends on who you want to blow up the realm or go in and fight Julia. Because those are your options, basically, are go in and fight Julia or
and again, she can kick out.
Or you can try your luck with trying to get all the creators to gather all of her soul and potentially have it where she ends up hopping in someone else. Anyway.
Thanks, man.
Maybe one of those lovely people that have spots in their souls missing.
Imagine Julia would turn into one of them.
In case you didn't think of that.
Please let Shamil be the option if that happens.
Just a thought in case we forgot about that.
No, I haven't.
Because, you know.
I have not.
Because you know.
Now say it. Say it.
She wouldn't need a contract if you had holes missing from your soul.
No, she just fills it in, bro. She just fills up the holes.
And she does, in fact, know that people on your timeline don't remember.
Yeah.
And she knows who they are. So to make the assumption that's not the first place she would go.
Can she travel through walls?
As a
soul.
As a incorporeal being?
Yeah.
Probably.
She's like a ghost.
Ew. If we can get the Ghostbusters out here.
She could steam off the power of the realm. Just and use that to get her where she's going. Obviously, she could burn out and like it not last her long enough, and she go kablooey. But that's making the assumption that the realm in which she has complete control over, basically, she does not wield the power to be able to get to one of those beings with holes in their souls.
Yeah. So it's basically like. So
now, because again, that would be up to a role. I'm not going to sit here and say that the creators couldn't do it, because there's a strong possibility that they could.
But it's not like
but
a
it would
for
be
sure
them against Julia.
Yeah.
What
And
would
it's
the
not
role
for
be?
sure.
Just the
Just
D20
natural?
probably.
I would probably do a natural D20
Damn.
and test it that way.
10 above, 10 below.
Yeah, because it's not them not being powerful enough to stop her. They could, and they are powerful, beyond powerful enough to do so.
But she's like a virus.
The issue is that could the four of them grab every single ounce, every single bit of her soul
Yeah.
before she yeeted away?
Because that's the biggest thing. Because they can, but the problem is she's so
Because
many.
I could roll, because what it could be is a D100 that I roll to see how much of Julia they get.
Damn.
Especially if they don't get every portion of it.
If they don't get every portion of her and there's at least 25% left, she can just remake herself in someone.
Yeah, what if it was lower?
I would say that she's dead. She won't be able to do it.
Interesting. That's a sketchy ass chance though.
That is a 75-25.
Because if it's like we roll above it, then she's for sure they gathered off of her. But if we roll below it, D10, then it's like, oh, there's the percentage that comes in of how much we gathered. I think I have ways not to just destroy Leon outright.
I think we should give the realm to Strahd.
I don't know if I
My
want
boy
to.
drinks all the blood in it.
I don't know if I want to chance him possibly dying though, because that's basically another 50-50 shot. He wins or loses.
Would he die?
He had the possibility of doing so, but his goal would be, I'm gonna kill Julia, so he'd go straight to the fucking realm. And by extension, he would have Asmodeus' power also backing him to fight her.
Yeah.
Now that would take a while.
It'd be like the same scenario of him fighting fucking Aslan, except he's actually like fighting her.
Yeah, and the difference is that more than likely Julia would in fact lose, but that would take a lot of time for her to lose. Because he's basically swiping at something that can regenerate over and over and over again from the power that she's instilled in that realm until that reservoir is completely gone.
And I mean, it's smart.
Unless he does something a little more drastic.
Because we know him. Because it would
blow it up?
No, give Julia fate worse than death. Just as he did for Amani.
Dang.
Yeah. I think her fate is death. Should be fucking death.
So realm needs to go bye-bye with her in it.
Yeah, because as much as I think giving Strahd the realm is a really good idea, it's just the fact, because he will just...
Can you trust Strahd to do what you want him to do?
That's the issue.
When his brain is, my wife was taken, I must wreak vengeance. And go fucking ham on
Yeah, because that's the issue. Because if he just kills her outright, yay, so solved, then he gives some more of the deed.
You saw what that was for Amani. What his vengeance
And so,
was.
if Julia... I don't even want Julia around. Who cares about fucking vengeance? Fucking get rid of her. So, like, that's what we want. But Strahd would be like, punishments. And then Julia would be like, ha, I'm gonna plan again. Like... Because Amani just stopped planning. She's actually done. She's just fucking miserable. Julia? No. She'll keep planning until she's actually dead. So... As much as I like the idea, damn, I don't trust Strahd for a fucking ounce of, like, anything.
Does Josie?
No. I know she
don't trust Strahd either, to be honest.
I know she gotta, like, trust people, but, like, it's Strahd. It's Strahd.
He literally just said sacrifice Ophelia.
Yeah, like, I don't... And did you say Saren doesn't as well, or did you say you did not?
What?
Earlier.
I said Strahd literally just said let's
No, I meant, like,
sacrifice
before
it.
that.
I didn't say anything before that.
You said... I said,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
hang on, I said Josie doesn't trust his ass, and you said something else.
Saren doesn't either.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That was... I know she gotta trust people, but damn, not Strahd. Not Strahd.
Well, make your decision what you want to do.
Because we have the beginning, right? We have...
Spell it out for me, the whole plan.
Oh, Haley, you gotta help me with this shit.
Girl, what? What do you want my help with?
No. You've been quiet. I miss you.
Because I'm not there. This is you making the decision for what's gonna happen to my character with her characters.
Sucks ass, dude.
Well, that's also why I told you guys yesterday, so you can figure this out.
Yeah,
together.
no, we have I gotta, like, go through it. So the beginning...
So first off,
yeah.
What is going to stop Julia from hopping back into Sabora?
Well, Josie's gonna suggest Ophelia make a contract that once Julia leaves, then no one else can enter.
Okay. And what are you going to offer Julia to get out of Sabora?
We're gonna offer Ophelia because we can't really offer the realm. It's easy to get.
Who's going to be the bargainer?
Strahd, for sure. But the issue is Strahd actually has to follow through. That's just gotta make sure of that.
How are you going to protect Ophelia from Julia?
Millennia's full focus on Ophelia.
And then how are you going to capture and or destroy Julia?
That's the part that I'm fucking dead on. So I definitely want to throw her in the realm, right? She's gonna be in the realm, and I feel like the realm should be destroyed for sure. Because Strahd should not be fighting her stupid ass. Don't trust this motherfucker. But the issue is, I don't know if Leon can take that much of a consequence without fucking going again for the 100th time. Is the contract bound to his soul? Is the deed bound to his soul, or is it just kind of like some kind of like idle shit?
No, it was like an inheritance. So like he got it because that's where Asmodeus rules.
Is it like attached to his soul at all?
Not really. It doesn't really have anything to do with his soul.
Okay, it's just
it has to do with Asmodeus' power that seems to be sticking by him. So there's no imprint of it on your soul, but you are in fact permanently immortal because Asmodeus.
So basically, it will make him not permanently immortal.
Nope, that's not right because that is what Asmodeus did.
Mm-hmm.
He made you permanently immortal.
Mm-hmm.
Power or not, that still stands.
Okay, that will still stand.
Because he did that, and you don't know when he did that, but Lucian told you as much, that you were permanently immortal with or without the power and deed to the realm.
Okay.
Seemingly, that's what Asmodeus did before he died.
I want to ask God, what happens if someone's like attached to a realm and it gets destroyed? Ask a god that.
Which god?
Let's ask the creators first.
Okay. What are you asking, Kira?
Just like out of theories right now, right? Just out of theories.
Okay.
Don't look at me like that. She's like, out of theories, because we're deciding how to get rid of Julia, right?
Okay.
If someone was attached to a realm by, like, inheritance, I don't think they heard Leon's thing. Well, yeah, they didn't. And the realm was destroyed, what is likely to happen?
The realm's gonna be gone and the power related to it will be gone. It'd be different if they were the creator of the realm, but seemingly from what you stated, they are not.
They're not.
So they kind of just have the deed to it. They just kind of have it.
Would it was destroyed?
It wouldn't hurt the deed owner. It would hurt whoever destroyed the realm.
What if there were some sort of conduit to it?
If they were a conduit to the person destroying the realm,
Yes.
then yes, you'd probably die. You can't have that kind of power surging through you and expect survival.
Yeah. Just thinking.
But they could, whoever it is, could just destroy the realm without having a conduit. They would reap a cost, but it might be worth it.
Can the creator actually destroy
Can
of the vessel? Like as a player?
yeah.
Get a Miliana. Get this bitch over here. Get a Miliana over here. Destroy that realm, bitch. Okay, so it doesn't have to be Lucian or Thaner inherently.
No, but it can't be a dark god since it's a vessel.
For sure. Okay.
That would just add.
Hey,
to it.
Tyr. Hey, Tyr. You want to destroy your realm? Jesse's like, okay.
Bro, ask Torm. He has no things on anyone.
He really doesn't. Yeah, we could just go around asking other gods, to be honest.
Do it.
Yeah. We don't have to do Lucian and Thander. Hey, Tor. Josie's like, is Siren following her right now?
Mm-mm.
Okay, yeah, he's just near Strahd.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye on Strahd so he doesn't do anything stupid.
Just gonna come back really quick. She's like, okay. So we don't really need Lucian or Thander to destroy the realm.
Who else would be willing to do it? Siren said.
Guess we'll see who when I ask around.
You're gonna ask a bunch of gods?
Josie's like, what do I have to lose? They say no?
When they all say no?
Never know until I try, I guess.
Shoot your shot then, I guess.
I will do my best. But let's see who the first god in the line is that I want to ask.
Okay.
Let's look up pull up the Pantheon really quick. Hey, you have any first ideas?
Torm.
Let's go to Torm. Josie's like, alright, let's go talk to Torm, I guess. What is Torm the god of again?
His titles.
Do you have the table up?
Yeah, I do. His titles are Torm the true deity, the true god, the speaker of truth, the god of duty, the loyal fury, the hand of righteousness, the brave.
Well,
he's also called the fool or the foolish.
Damn. So you're just kidding.
But he is the god of duty, loyalty, righteousness, and obedience.
Okay, and he's also the one that was like, this ain't easy what it did, right?
Yes.
That's fair. We use that against his
I
end.
think everyone said that, basically.
Yeah. Alright, just she's like, well, I guess I'll go see what Torm says. So I'll see you on
How are you gonna get there?
I guess I'll ask the thing. We're trying
You can't just pray to him?
I could just pray to him.
You're gonna pray to Torm?
I'm gonna try.
Roll Arcana.
It's not her god, but she can damn as well try. She got 19.
Who speaks to me?
Josie Ildershire. Can I ask?
Lathander.
Not Lathander. Can I
I
have...
said of Lathander.
Oh, sorry. That's Jacqueline. Yes. I need to speak.
The line goes dead.
What?
You don't hear anything.
No, I'm sorry. Jacqueline fucking...
The line
Oh,
goes dead. You
it's
don't hear anything.
Damn. Let's go talk to Tyr. Tyr's nicer, anyway. Tyr's so much damn nicer. Tyr's Terran's god.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
She's gonna pray to Tyr, I guess.
He answers.
Tyr,
Yes.
can you... This is gonna be the wackiest, craziest fucking shit I'm gonna ask, okay? We need to get rid of Julia. I think you've already heard about her ass.
Multiple times.
Do you know a way, or anyone, or even you, that could destroy this realm that Asmodeus has made? Or how big of a...
You are trying to find someone to destroy that realm.
Do you know how big that realm or powerful that realm is and how hard it could be to destroy?
It is on par with that of a god. Not of Lathander's stature, but more so a bit outweighing Lucian.
A bit outweighing Lucian, okay.
From where Lucian stands power-wise currently, realm-wise
What
currently.
about the gods on the council? Like
You want them to help you?
No, I mean compared to the gods on the council.
No. It's nowhere near compared on
No.
strength-wise.
Okay.
However, getting somebody to agree to help you, knowing there would in fact be a cost to do so, I do in fact wish you luck.
Do you know if more gods tried to destroy a realm, would there be less consequences
No.
or about the same?
Everyone would reap what they sow.
Interesting. This shit fucking... Alright. Let's see what happens here. He's like, okay, maybe not the light gods.
He says blankly and to you, he says, the gods of light in which you seek their help are stuck up.
Yeah, they are.
But more than that, you are a follower of Lathander, and he is, while now back to being revered, many like gods both envy and hate. Gods of justice as myself, though I see slightly differently from Torm, do not inherently agree with every action that he has made. This is why Torm did not help you.
Yeah, I know that.
Now, if you could find somebody who cared not about your allegiances, perhaps they would help. The only ideas or concepts for that, though, I would think are the creators.
Yeah, that was my next choice.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. This is gonna go to Ripus.
Yes.
Jesse's like, this is gonna suck ass. Could you destroy a realm?
I suppose I could, but why would I?
To kill Julia forever?
I guess it would be worth it.
Deadbolt peering around a corner.
Maybe not Yuta. What about Emiliano? The issue is we don't know what the consequences are to destroying such a realm.
Your mind flashes back to what happened to Kira when she destroyed Ravenloft.
Yeah, is there a creator that would be willing to do it?
I don't know, is there?
Is there?
Ask around.
There might be two.
And Soren.
There might be two.
That's true. She'll, because I know Ryba's probably not a good option. He's got a lot to fucking lose. Well, everyone's got a lot to fucking lose here, man. It's bad. Josie's not even gonna bring it up to Leon. Like, yeah, we considered killing you again.
Who do you go to?
She'll see what the other creators, like Emiliano. Probably Emiliano.
You go to Emiliano, and he's talking to his son.
Yeah, but Josie's like, this sucks ass.
And he turns his focus to you and says, yes?
You know, I don't think I can even ask. This shit's gonna suck ass.
He furrows his eyebrows at you slightly, and he goes, okay.
You just need another realm destroyed, but
Oh.
the consequences are high for anybody for that.
He side glances at his son, then back at you.
Just you know, it's her head. It's like, I only have two options. We either kill my brother, or we don't. So, unless someone else took the damn
You have two other creators left.
I ain't asking Kira to do that damn shit again. What am I, fucking crazy?
She might be the only one to agree.
Yeah, no, she is, and I'm not even gonna bring it up to her. Don't even. Well, you better not even bring it up to her. Don't even bring this shit up to her, alright?
That was Mary talking, but
Don't bring this shit up to her. She is my driver. Don't bring this shit up to Kira.
We'll see about that.
No, don't. Because you know what she's gonna say? Oh, I can absolutely do it. She already did fucking destroy the realm.
Deadbolt disappears.
Deadbolt, don't you dare. Josie's like grabbing Deadbolt. I was like, no, you're not.
He's not there anymore.
Fuck. Get Deadbolt and tell him to not tell Kira this shit. I don't want her doing this damn shit again.
Well, who knows better than her what it's like to destroy a realm?
Yeah, but I don't want her to freaking get another layer of consequence on her ass.
Well, there's one creator you haven't asked yet.
Soren. I don't think Soren's gonna agree. He doesn't even know our asses.
What does he have to lose?
He just found a family, I guess. And plus, that's corruption magic, isn't it? So that could cause. I'm sure he has it under control, but I don't know if that's a good way to destroy it. And even Kira can't destroy the freaking realm. She's a dark.
That kind of magic is different.
Okay.
Soul magic, because it's still technically soul magic. It's not arcana magic.
Okay, let me go find Deadbolt before he does something weird.
You see Deadbolt talking to Kira.
She's like, Josie's just gonna listen.
Kira looks at you.
Josie says,
She says, what are you asking?
too much.
What is it?
We're trying to figure out a way to kill Julia permanently.
Okay.
And one of the ideas is to kill her in the realm. Which means obliteration.
Okay.
But do you know what the potential consequences could be? That's actually a good question for me to ask.
It depends on the realm. Alternatively, you could have the creators not destroy the realm, but go in it and kill her.
What if she pushes y'all out? Unless she can't.
We're gods.
Would that be dangerous for y'all?
I mean, if she had something planned, but she's not on par with how powerful we are.
That's true. What if, as Jack, what if we had every god just go in there? Fucking super smash her ass. It's just like, not a bad idea.
Kira says no. That is to say, I don't know what resides in that realm. And given what I heard Leon say about his premonition from within the realm, there perhaps lies bigger powers at play there.
It seems so, so I don't know if it'd be a good idea to have the crater still with me.
That's the only downside that I can see, though. But that might be a better solution than outright destroying it.
I wonder if Leon can go back in there and figure out what's going on.
Do you want to risk his life?
No,
Leah won't let him leave this time.
No.
I'm sure.
Not in here. You know, all three options led to him dying so far, so...
Leon, you feel something tugging
I bet
in your
he's,
soul.
I bet he's like talking to Lucian. He's like, so it's like, this is happening? And then
You feel a pull.
and then he pauses and he's like,
You feel another pull.
Lucian,
Yeah?
you know that time I got dragged into my parents' room?
Yeah?
I'm feeling those same tugs again.
You fall unconscious.
Oh, fuck. There's gonna be the opportunity to fucking explore as a Leon in the worst possible way.
And you are suddenly back inside your realm. And you're walking.
Can he try to control himself?
You can try. Roll a d20.
Okay, good. That's about his Arcana check is a natural d20. He has no additions to that shit. Love you, Leon, but you suck ass. Never mind, you got 17.
You feel something crumple your soul as you try and fight. As if it's trying to siphon it out.
Oh, no. So he can't control himself, right, still? No.
You're doing your walking again, and when you blink, it feels like you've walked miles, and you blink again, and you emerge upon Asmodeus' dead body.
Touch.
Still dripping.
Touch.
Yeah, it touches, and you see the black smoke once more. But this time it does not speak.
Does he still feel the crumpling thing?
You feel it's like a heaviness now, as if something's just holding its hand around your soul.
He's like, who are you?
I am darkness. I am light. I am all and
Mary's BBEG talking to fucking Leon right now, the homo ass. And he's like, how do I get out of control this realm?
you will not.
How do I get out of it?
You will not.
How do I?
This realm is mine.
Is this Julia speaking? This is the entity speaking. I doesn't even know how to react.
You are so focused on the blood god. You look not at me.
I see you now, but okay, what, why are you here?
You see a smile
Oh no.
on Asmodeus' face.
Is this Aslan?
And you,
This is alright. I was kidding. That's not sorry.
you hear the voice. What was the last question you asked?
Why are you here?
You hear the voice chuckle and say, I wanted to stop.
To stop? To
The pain.
the pain? What pain are you going through?
If I perhaps take everything, it will stop.
What's
If I take it all,
what's causing you
it will
pain?
stop. I want this realm, this foothold.
Can he insight check to see if this is a portion of Julia? This is a 21?
Not Julia.
It's like a whole other entity. Okay. And he's like, where do you come from?
We have met.
Give me a history check! With his +0.
What exactly are your history checking?
I don't know if he's ever heard or felt this being before.
What'd you get?
I got a 16.
feels familiar.
Familiar.
Like this voice.
Voices. Is it familiar in the sense of asthma or a whole nother sense?
Something else.
I felt your presence, or I've felt you before, but would getting this realm stop your pain?
Taking everything light. I get this realm. I get this timeline. I get the next. I get Asriel. And I get Diablos' realms. And then I go forever scoping until the pain stops.
Did he answer what's causing him the pain, or did it choose to answer that? Did it choose to answer that? How did you, when did you, were you here the whole time? Like, not in the realm, but like, everywhere the whole time?
I am infinite. Asriel, Mathiel, and Diablos have long forgotten me. I'll make sure that they remember my pain. They think that they are something that cannot be touched.
Is Cerberus?
They forget what made them.
Is Cerberus related to this, or is he just to happen because of shit?
I am Cerberus.
You are Cerberus?
Yes.
Oh fuck. Is he lying?
Okay.
Cause he would be like, are you lying? You got nat 20?
That's Cerberus.
I knew that already.
I didn't know. I thought it was like even higher than Cerberus. Oh.
You failed to understand. Cerberus did not manifest from a simple wish. I existed before this. You simply freed me.
Okay.
The world's forgotten me.
What's your name? Besides Cerberus, is it your name Cerberus?
Let us go with Cerberus for now.
Okay.
Because a human like you would be able to speak immortal.
Can I hear it?
Asmodeus' body opens its mouth and you hear a screech. And it sounds guttural almost.
Ooh, damn. That's crazy.
And
this is interesting.
it says, "That is my name."
Okay.
So perhaps your mortal mind shall focus on Cerberus.
Why did you give me the warnings?
Something in me wants you to succeed. Beings. I pity their plight.
Okay. Can you? Are you in control of this realm, or are you just here right now?
He smiled.
Like, are you? I mean, not in control, but are you? Also have a stake, I guess.
What is the cost of destroying a realm? Who is the one that brings the cost? For Kira, the third creator, it was Amani. But for this realm, who would bring the cost?
Oh no, it's him! It's Cerberus! They would bring the cause!
I am the god of pain.
Well, Haley, this is gonna suck if we destroy this realm.
I am the god of beginnings and end. Azrael is the god of time. Diablos is the god of terror. Mathiel, the god of whatever the fuck. I am the end and beginning. I am the god of the infinite.
How did you... well, I guess you're everything, so that's why you appeared here.
I made them.
You made them?
Azrael, Mathiel, Diablos with a flick. That lessened my pain. And then I was no more. But then suddenly, someone decided to make a wish. I had separated it. My power, the pain, the plight, I separated it all. Until I was nothing, I was free. Then someone called me and dragged me from the shadows, from the dark. God's mercy.
Yikes.
Shamil Ilishire. I know her name.
She's about to die.
Rest assured, I want to consume this realm so I can get to you quicker.
I'm sorry, here for that last part from
So I can get to you quicker.
To Shamil or Leon?
You.
To me.
Leon.
Oh, why me?
To talking to.
He's like, and what do I have to offer? Besides the realm?
I want to leave her with nothing.
Oh no, not Shamil.
I want her to see what it is to feel mine.
Oh shit. Leon's like,
She'll be all that remains.
Leon has no expression on his face, but in his head he's like, oh my fucking god, holy shit, damn. And he's like, oh my god.
Perhaps heroes should not be so brash to call themselves that. Perhaps heroes should not make bargains they cannot keep. She bartered with something she knew not of the cost, as did your Hell Princess.
That is true.
So I hope they burn.
Damn, Haley, you got 2 enemies out for you.
It won't be the last time.
Sure it won't. And Leon's like, holy shit.
I hope they understand a fraction of the pain that I go through, am going through, because they decided not to leave well enough as is.
I have to ask, I'm sorry about the pain. Where does this pain come from? Like, is it
People,
people?
beings, things, every living thing that breathes sucks in some sort of air into its lungs, something to keep its heart beating. Everything lives. Houses, walls, floor, grass, air, everything. So where does my pain come from? Existence.
What you created, but then didn't feel pain.
I created everything. I made Azrael, Mathiel, and Diablos with all of me and ceased to exist. A one-time bargain with myself. And now? I have nothing to barter with, nothing to lose. I can't make another Mathiel, Diablos, and Azrael, for they already exist and have existed. You people remade me. And Aslan Rex thought he was in control.
Sorry.
What a joke. When that timeline broke, and I consumed every essence of it, I awoke. Every little crack left, and I hear it calling your timeline for you and your family and your people to come back, back, back. Pain. It's pain that echoes, reverberates.
So you're stuck like this, right? As a form of our timeline, sort of. But also being everything at once.
Yes. I made everything. And I will take it back.
Will your pain stop once you truly have everything?
Perhaps it'll allow me to make an entire universe anew if I do.
I'm sorry, I was about to say, can I be a part of it? No, that's what I was saying. I was like, oh.
Perhaps in this new one I will not create gods, beings of minds or mortals. No. Perhaps I will just make a place and leave that Shamil Ildashire there. So she can think and live infinitely alone.
Bad ending acquired. Bad ending acquired. Oh my god.
Shouldn't you be worried? Leon Ildashire of House Peston. You're somewhere where someone could find you. You're somewhere you don't belong. And I won't let you.
No! No! Mary, can I get a react to what's going on outside of Leon? Please, after Lucian. I need to know.
Lucian was talking to him, right?
Yeah.
And Leon's like, I feel something in the house. And then Lucian's like,
Oh, fuck.
help! Help!
Shut up!
And then everyone's like, do, and they're like,
Oh no!
and everyone runs up, basically.
No.
And they're like, and Kira's like, Ghrelin Tower, kind of need your help.
Was Archeon in there? And he's like, fuck.
Archeon's like, again? Another when does it stop?
And Galtar's like, it never stops. So
Clearly!
he's like, he's stuck in there.
What?
He's stuck in there.
How do you know? Where?
He's stuck in the realm. Nothing's letting him leave. And it's not Julia.
What is it?
What can Girl Tower see on her little mechanics?
You see, as you're looking on everything, trying to understand, you see the realm, Sabora's realm.
Uh-huh.
That is where Leon is. And as you look at it, you see something familiar wisped around it.
She
It's
was
just one black wisp. And you follow it, and you follow it, and you follow it, and it leads back to Cerberus.
Girl Tower, like, no one knows what it says, but Girl Tower's like,
Kira's like, what?
she like bangs a book on her head. Like,
oh.
She's like, wow, that's crazy.
What?
I think I know what that black swirl Leon was talking to in Asmodeus' realm is. It's Cerberus.
Great. Okay, so
Destroying the realm is out of the option.
out of the option, but why hasn't it taken the realm from Julia? Or
I don't-
Leon, for that matter.
I don't know. Maybe all I know is that Leon's stuck in there with not only Julia, but Cerberus.
What gave Cerberus power to begin with?
It was that wish. Absorbed the whole third timeline.
Yes. But why didn't it observe the whole third timeline? Why didn't it absorb it first? As soon as it was created.
Yeah, Rybus there, Haley, so you get some fucking input, bro.
Because it was in Ravenloft.
No. Because it wasn't destroyed yet. It consumes what is destroyed. souls that are destroyed, a timeline that is destroyed. Everything it eats, takes, are part of things that are destroyed.
Okay. That's true.
So that means
if we destroy
it is anticipating us to destroy said realm. If we destroy it, it has a way in.
I bet Saren's still with Strahd, and Josie's like, I'll break something. She's like, okay, just give me, I'm gonna be out for a second. And then Josie goes back to Strahd and Saren, and Josie's like,
Strahd's like, but
can't destroy the realm.
Okay, then we're back to square one. Kill Ophelia.
Yeah, but I guess I should explain what the fuck is going on with the realm.
I don't care. I want my wife.
Saren? She's like, Saren, quick explanation. Cerberus is in Julia's realm, or Asmodeus' realm, and Leon's stuck in there, so.
Oh. You know what that means.
No, we can't.
No, that means we have to make a plan right now, because if Julia finds him, we're screwed.
God, Haley, for reals. Okay, so do we want to risk? I'm talking to you, Haley. Do we want to risk the creators trying to gather all of Julia, or do we want to risk?
What other choice do we have?
Or do we want to risk killing Ophelia outright? Maybe we could trap her in a tube again.
You could trap her. That was the other thing on here. It says capture, destroy Julia.
Yeah, because what we could do is we could actually do the transaction in a place where we could trap them both we'll trap Julia without her trying to escape.
Okay.
It's also worth noting that with Ophelia, because Ophelia did tell Sabora that the way to fight against Julia is through blood magic. And the reason that you can't fight back against Julia is because your blood magic is too weak. But Ophelia's is strong enough.
So if Ophelia...
So she technically could stand a fighting chance. But she wouldn't do that willingly.
No. Especially, she would never do that willingly.
Because it would also put R in danger. And that's why she wouldn't do it willingly.
Because even if, Julia... If she could fight Julia, the problem is Julia had access to R's blood, which is still a big... But
if she was confined with Ophelia, and Ophelia could keep control long enough,
and then everyone could help pull Julia out, because Julia still needs a certain amount of time to be able to even...
Because Julia's power would potentially be weak enough for her to be taken out. The only reason she can't be physically taken out of Sabora's soul right now is because of that realm and her hold on it. Because that's giving her godlike powers.
And once she leaves, it's like...
But once she's out of Sabora's body, she can no longer has any claim or hold or anything on that realm.
And so, what if we gave Ophelia also a power boost too? If Millennia was able to help in any sense, try to fight off Julia.
How would you go about that?
Since Millennia has a claim on Ophelia's soul, right? Could technically Millennia have some control over Ophelia's soul as well?
She could take it.
Is there anything what if she kind of manipulates Ophelia's soul to be a maze sort of?
Let's say, right, that you have Ophelia's soul sitting there, okay, and then Julia hops around it, okay, because that's what viruses do, they hop on. If Ophelia's soul got zoinked, Julia's would still sit wherever it is. So if, test tube idea again, you had Ophelia in test tube, had Millennia take her soul, it would leave just
It's
Julia
stuck in a test tube. And then they could actually gather all of it.
Correct. And she couldn't get out.
And it's
But what about her body?
That's the only issue with it.
Yeah, because...
They'd have to find a way to get Ophelia's body out.
And it's because, Julia could... She couldn't really latch onto the body like that, because she doesn't have...
She latches on souls.
Yeah, so she just...
What if Millennia just summons her body to her realm separately?
She could probably do that as well.
Because it's not too much... It's not bad for Julia to be near Ophelia's body, that's empty.
But she would have to do it one by one. She couldn't do it all together.
Yeah, she couldn't do all.
She would have to take the soul first, then the body.
Mm-hmm.
Or somebody else, obviously, like, even one of the creators could just teleport the body out.
Because, I think that's a smart idea. More for sure, fire way to not get Ophelia killed. One, because her body... Because Julia for sure can't even latch to a portion.
Well, I mean, she'd technically die. Because soul out of body.
Yeah, Ophelia would technically die, but she would come back.
It's kind of like, we have so many gods that it's like, as long as their soul is not intact, it's like... like...
Now, there's a possibility that something happens to her soul with Julia, but that's going to go for any option. It's probably, the one that you just came up with is probably our safest option.
That is the safest option. Because it's for sure that if even a little bit of Julia gets on Ophelia's soul, it's not as bad as full Julia came in.
It's not as bad as if Julia hopped onto Sabora, because Sabora has no barriers up stopping her.
But Ophelia has.
But Ophelia, being a blood hunter, has natural barriers.
Mm-hmm.
If she hears that that's y'all's plan is to put Julia in her, then she'll already have those fortified barriers up enough to try and fight.
And so, I feel like, would it be even smarter to actually tell Ophelia the plan?
Oh, of course.
To actually tell Ophelia.
Would you like to tell her?
Because, like, their deceptions.
Well, I mean, the purpose of not telling them before was so that Julia wouldn't be able to know that that was what the plan was. But if we're going to have them duke it out in her soul, or just take her soul out of whenever she's in the test tube, it doesn't really make a difference. Because there's no conversation.
Yeah, because we could knock Ophelia out.
Because the whole conversation that will have to happen is you have to convince Julia to get into Ophelia's soul.
Because that's the biggest.
That's why telling Ophelia is hard, because she has to be able to convince Julia that she is not a willing party in this.
What if we knock her out?
Then she's not going to know.
Willingly knock her out after we tell her the plan. Like, let's tell her the plan, somehow convince her, and say, we're going to have to knock you out. So, like...
Yeah, that would kind of spare the whole, like, pain of dying part.
You can tell her. Go tell her.
I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to.
Because this is also making the assumption Ophelia would help you.
Yeah, especially after what's been going on, too.
Because here's the issue. Ophelia's not Lucian lawful good.
No, she's
Number
not.
one. Number two, this plan puts R at extreme risk.
It does.
Because her blood and his are intertwined.
Even in the test tube, it's still risky.
So, you're risking her blowing the plan up if you tell her she disagrees with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she tells Julia the plan, Julia's not going to leave Sabora's body.
Especially Ophelia if she tells Julia. Ooh, nasty.
Now Ophelia might agree.
Why would Ophelia tell Julia what the plan was?
So she doesn't have to go through with it and R doesn't get put in danger.
It's for her.
If she disagreed with your plan and you guys went through with it anyway,
Yeah.
that's what she would do. She was like, this is their plan, fucking don't do it because I don't want you to have access to my fucking husband.
Yeah.
You abuse her.
But if we give her enough safety locks on it and ensure that Julia's gonna fucking die.
Like I said, if you want to go talk to her, you can. But your options are talk to her,
Or don't.
but if you talk to her and she disagrees, no matter how much persuasion you do, after she disagrees, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Like, you could persuade her. I'm going to give you a chance, if you do it, to persuade her into doing it. Okay?
Okay.
If you fail the persuasion to get her to do it,
It's a big no.
then you're screwed. Because there's no way to go about the plan.
Yeah.
Unless, I guess, you just fucking KO her and take her anyway without her consent.
Because I was thinking, like, if
So either way, it's without her consent. If she disagrees, it's without her consent. Because there's no other way. So
Yeah.
if she disagrees, you still take her. And if she agrees, yay, you have her consent to do so. You still have to knock her out, though.
Yeah. It's kind of like you're still going to be knocked out in the end.
Yeah.
So just stress that we have like safety measures in place so that it's just not going to go sideways.
I'm leaving it up to a persuasion.
Okay. Yeah, I want to think of what.
And I'll roll against you as Ophelia.
Yeah, 'cause I want to be able to like, I guess, have a good convincing argument and just be a full persuasion check. You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, I'm going to leave it up to the dice.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter too much what you say, because you can have a full and convincing argument. But at the end of the day, no matter how many fail-safes you have in place, she's putting her life at risk. She's putting ours life at risk. And she's putting literally everything at risk.
To be able to
do this.
To do this.
So, as somebody who doesn't even like you guys... unless you get a good persuasion, she's not gonna do it.
For real.
And I'm gonna roll her persuasion against whoever you have trying to convince her. And it's not gonna be Strahd trying to convince her.
No, because Strahd is gonna be fucking awful.
Strahd would just take her.
No, Strahd would just take her. I'm gonna pee really quick as I think of things. I'm looking at shit. What would she be rolling? Like what?
Persuasion against persuasion. And her persuasion is +8.
Bring out Josie. It's the only person that has even like good persuasion in any of my characters. Besides maybe, I don't know. Ours sucks at persuasion too. You got +4.
I'm glad I had John mull over it at least a little bit, or this would be another 2 hours, I'm sure.
I know. I'm ready for it to be done with. Did you hear that crack?
I sure did.
That was my knee.
I believe that.
Bruh, definitely better win that persuasion check if she knows what's good for her. What?
I rolled it.
Yeah? What is it?
I feel like I got an unnatural 20.
So there's no way.
Haley, what do you think?
I think you need to roll.
You think I need to roll persuasion?
No,
I
you're
mean,
rolling persuasion.
she said that she's leaving it up to the dice, so...
It's gonna be Josie.
Okay.
Alright,
That might be your only chance at having it not be that bad.
Really?
For Ophelia being pissed.
Because she'll at least be like, at least you fucking told me shit. Alright, well, Josie's like... I bet everyone's looking at Josie because she's the husband.
What's her dice modifier for persuasion?
What's Josie's?
Before you say anything, tell me what you get.
She got a 20. Plus.
Go ahead.
Plus, give me a second. She's got inspiration. I ain't letting that shit go to waste.
If you do that, then I'm gonna have Ophelia use her stuff too.
Okay, shit.
Now, telling you right now, she got an unnatural 20 as well.
Oh, they're both the same? That's gonna be great. So is this, so what is this? So they're both met on, right? To each other? What's this gonna be like? Is it just...
Have a conversation with her.
So I guess Josie's like, where do I go to see them again?
Kira says, who are you talking to?
To just everyone in general, because they're not there right now.
Yeah.
The mirror.
Because she doesn't know about the mirror.
You can go through there.
It's a mirror.
She puts her arm through it and shows
crazy.
her.
I guess I'll go through it. Josie goes through it.
Maybe don't take the vampire with you.
No, I'm not. What does Strahd do?
He makes a frowny face.
Josie's like...
One vampire's enough.
Josie walks through the mirror.
All of fourth timeline turns and looks at you.
Terran's no reaction face.
Yeah, there's no reaction except for him turning.
Ophelia sees you, she says no.
Let me talk about it.
No.
Let me talk about
Nope.
it. Let me...
I see the look on your face, and it's telling me no.
This could get rid of Julia forever.
What's the cost?
There's risk. Lots of it.
For who?
For you. I'm not gonna lie to your ass that there's no risk at all. Let me try to discuss the plan of what's going on. What we're trying to figure.
Shoot.
Our first idea is not foolproof because Cerberus is technically, I guess, around Asmodeus' realm. We were going to destroy her realm. Now we're not so sure we could do that.
Now, before you do have this conversation with Ophelia,
yes.
Do you want her to actually change the contract for Sabora?
Okay, sorry. As player, let's kind of reverse that. Josie's like, to get a surefire way to get rid of Julia, we need to make sure that she does not hop back into Sabora's soul.
Okay.
Could you change the contract that no one can enter Sabora's soul once they leave? Or something like that?
She pulls out the contract and changes it. So it's simple enough.
Thank you. That's mostly the general plan for everything. Is
Buy them.
No, there's more. And I just said it involved risk.
For you.
For you.
No. See, this is where we hit a disconnect.
What if we had every possible way to prevent the risk?
I don't believe in you having every possible way to prevent a risk. Why should I trust you when everything the people from your timeline have done thus far have been overwhelmingly selfish? Sabora being the queen of it, why should I help her more than I already have?
That's Josie. That's Jack would be like, that's a convincing argument.
Maybe because not helping her will end up hurting them.
That's true.
Allowing Julia to come to power because someone didn't help.
I guess it's that, but also they could just straight up kill Sabora. Which is as Jacqueline was
Which brings the same thing of what Strahd could do.
Strahd
could just kill Ophelia. So it's
kind of like
both timelines are at an impasse in a way.
Yeah, a huge impasse, and Josie.
Unless somebody makes a choice.
Yeah. And it's I guess.
Ophelia looks at R and Taryn and says, "What would you suggest? Do you think I should do it? Truly, for an absolute stranger, have one of the people who has scarred my husband the most over every villain that we've met thus far, you think that I should let her have free reign over my body at the hope that I could beat her and at the hope that she wouldn't make or use my husband's blood in mine against him? I don't know.
And at this point, they told her the whole plan, basically.
No, they didn't. Josie didn't mention the part of the test tube or anything, or having R not being able to feel anything.
No, she only what Ophelia just said. She said.
Yeah, so Josie's like, what if we had a surefire way that R would not be harmed?
Nothing is surefire. There is no guarantee, and you know that. There is not a way you can tell me that with 100% certainty. There is no way I or R would get hurt. Can you? 100%.
Someone's going to end up getting hurt in the end, no matter who.
It's what I need.
But I want to try my best.
Why should it be us when we didn't create the problem? Did we, Taryn?
No.
Did we look at Sabora? No. Did we look at Sabora and say, make a deal, a blank contract with Julia? Mind you, need not you know anything about blood magic to know that making a blank contract with anyone is stupid, idiotic. Not only that, but she had broken my husband's arm, harmed him on multiple occasions after that, and then suddenly had a change of heart, and suddenly decided to help him. Forgive me if I have no love or care for her. The only reason at that meeting I even helped her was because we were going to die if we didn't. But here, there's another option. And you know what it is. But you don't want to make that sacrifice. You want us to make it for you. The potential idea of a sacrifice, and you know it. So why should I potentially sacrifice my life if you aren't willing to wager anything? You aren't willing to put your daughter's life at stake, so why should I put up mine?
You're the only people I know that can handle Julia. Do you know of anywhere else?
Handle Julia!
Do you know anything else that we could do?
Because you know what? Sure. We handle Julia. Sure. Look at the fucking scar that he has on his chest and tell me if you think we handled Julia.
You actually didn't get it this time.
What?
Remember, Sabora saved him from getting stabbed.
Still. Oh, boo-hoo. He's got trauma. He should...
Yeah, and it's funny.
I'll reword. Okay. Look at the way he looks at you when you even mention her name. Look at it. Look at his face and tell me that we dealt with Julia. We're still dealing with Julia. You want to talk about Prabhu's night's sleep? He doesn't have them. Unless I'm there. And you want me to walk right into the lion's den. Trust my powers and capabilities at the risk of not only my life, but his and all of my friends. Because as much as she might hate Sabora, I guarantee you, she hates me more. And she would put me through a hell none like Sabora even knows.
Do you know a way to eject your soul into someone else?
No. Kill her. Sabora. End it. That's the way to do it.
And then everyone else would go with.
What would go with?
Everyone. Every timeline's going to be gone.
With what?
Cerberus, we need all the people we can get against this.
What do you mean? Cerberus is not our problem!
He's going to become... They're going
And
to...
whose fault is that? You sit here and you claim up and down, side to side. We have done enough. Have you watched your lover die? Have you? Before your eyes. Have you watched her get kidnapped over and over and over? Have you watched your entire family die while you're in a fucking clock fixing it? And then suddenly time rewinds and rewinds and rewinds and rewinds. And you do it again. And this time, lucky you succeed. I don't say and I don't claim you haven't had your losses, but to come in here and be so selfish as to beg or even ask us to make more sacrifices, that, and you call yourselves heroes.
Never said I was.
Suppose not.
I know I'm no hero, for sure.
Then I balk at the audacity you have to even walk in here and ask me to do this. Because honestly, would you do it?
R's definitely not on the train though anymore. He shakes his head and he's like,
if it was you, per se, they said, you were in my shoes, there was a chance that you could lose to her, and that I could die, all of us could die, would you do it?
Or I was like,
And it's not our mess.
I was like, I may feel bad for your timeline, but this is way too much from what we already did.
You are asking too much. And we have helped enough. And you have hurt enough. So I truly do bid you luck with dealing with Julia. But you know what? We killed her. Your daughter brought her back and reaped what she sowed. I will not clean up her mess. You will have to drag me kicking and screaming for me to do so. And I wish you luck.
I wonder if Cerberus can eat up Julia.
Do whatever you want, Jay.
I'm interested now. Cerberus isn't Nazareth now. Can he just...
Cerberus eats what's broken.
I think he just broke Julia. Julia's technically broken, isn't she? She's hopped out of...
She's still a living being and thing.
Ew.
She still exists.
Fucking disgusting.
What does Josie do?
Josie's thinking. I mean, she doesn't have much to say to Ophelia.
Leave.
Yeah, Josie leaves and she's like...
Everyone's sitting there waiting, staring at you.
She's like... She's not gonna go willingly, for sure.
At this point, when you say that, Kira, second timeline, not there. It's just Strahd and Saren. Because if Strahd assumed that you were going to say something along those lines, he wouldn't let you say it in front of them.
That's fair.
So you have Strahd and Saren around you.
What's Saren do?
He's like...
She's like, it's bad. If we do this...
Strahd says, that is why you let me do it. No one would think less of me. I would, in fact, do so.
She would think less of all of us, for sure.
No, she would think less of me.
That's true, I did warn her, did I not?
No, you asked her, and she said no. But I won't ask. There is not another way, is there, Yossi?
Ah, fuck! She's like, the realm's out of the fucking option.
All you simply have to do is get Lucian to take me and her there.
She did change the contract. She didn't change it back, did she?
You don't know.
That's the issue. And she was like, I don't even know if she kept that contract with Sabor.
I'll make sure she does.
She's like, oh my fucking god. But she's like, I just don't know if this is good
All
anymore.
you have to do is say go.
And she's like, I don't know if this is good anymore.
Just say it.
Still don't know if
I'll
this is
solve
good.
all of our problems. All you have to do is make sure Melania knows her part.
Guess I'll go talk to fucking Melania right now. Shit.
And you better pray you don't tell her before the plan is already in action so she can warn Ophelia. So the second you say go, the second I go get Lucian, I go get Ophelia and yeah.
What's Saren looking like right now? What's
Saren's like...
I want to know his opinion. What is he like going through right now?
Saren's like...
Just because I like to know the characters' ideas.
He says, I don't like it, but there's really not much of another option.
So Ophelia was right.
I mean, we could sit here and wait until we find one, another however long that takes.
Because Ophelia is right.
But I think we're forgetting something. Julia is on her way to find Leon right now.
Yes, fuck this. Oh my god, I'm tired. Because Ophelia's right. She's right. But also, time is of the essence. We don't have much of other. Maybe besides traps burn a fucking tube again, but God help that she's trapped again.
Sacrifices have to be made. Costs and prices.
Whether we're willing to sacrifice or our own.
Strahd says, I for one feel like we have sacrificed enough in our lives. It's time for someone else to do the bidding.
Those that have already sacrificed?
Is it a worthy sacrifice? Is that what you said?
No.
What did you say?
I said they've already sacrificed.
We've sacrificed more.
What is serious?
Saren's like, I feel like we're making a lot of assumptions, Strahd. Strahd's like, anything for my queen.
Oh God.
And he says, I let you hold the leash, Josie. Just say go.
Why is it always Josie? Someone help this woman. Someone give this woman a fucking break.
Saren says, I don't really think you have much of a choice. Leon's life is at stake here.
Everyone's life is at fucking stake.
Leon's life is at stake here. You heard Girl in Tower what she said. Julia will find him if he goes back there, and he did, and he's not awake.
Shit. Josie's like, fuck. We're doing the tube, right?
Strahd smiles and nods.
We better be, okay?
He nods.
Nothing more than what we've planned.
Of course. I wouldn't make more in the news than necessary.
That's the last thing we need.
Of course.
Josie's like, I'm gonna regret this decision for the rest of my fucking life like I did every other decision in my life.
You see a devious grin on Strahd's face. It is fun to see you morally ambiguous.
One day.
2 letters. G.
I hope the world.
Oh.
She's like, I hope the world ends me fucking soon. Fucking hell.
G.
Ooh,
Oh.
she's so like. She's like.
Tick. Tock. Brother dying.
You follow everything, correct?
Pinky swear.
You better. No other additions.
Never.
What does Saren look like?
Saren's glancing at Strahd and glancing at Josie in between them and is like, either something's gonna go terribly wrong or terribly right.
Stop! Cause she inside check this bitch.
Yeah.
Just because she's. I just want to know because he's funny as hell. Cause yeah, Phil's gonna be mad at the entire third timeline. She's not gonna be mad at Strahd.
Singularly.
Did you get?
21.
He's not lying.
It's like if something happens.
But if something changes, he will be willing to change in order to save Sabora. That is the bottom line. He is leaving there with Sabora.
That's what I expected. That's what I expected.
He says, I will go with what you say, as long as that is what stays said between me and Julia. I will not try to sacrifice more than I have to.
I'm sorry.
Pinky swear.
Crazy.
2 letters. Tick tock. Brother dying.
I have one really
dead.
quick question.
Please ask it.
Why, so why are we not offering Strahd to take on Julia, get in the tube, and then him die, take the soul, she
Actually,
gets trapped there and take his body out?
That is actually a interesting point. That is actually a very interesting point. Why don't we have Strahd in the tube?
Is Strahd more powerful than Sabora with a realm? That's a question that you need to ask yourself.
No.
Strahd doesn't have a realm anymore, and he is a first vampire. Sure, he is powerful, but he is not God powerful.
Okay, so
You are a god. That's the difference between you and Strahd.
So if Julia left Sabora's soul, she'd still be still pretty strong, stronger than Strahd.
No, the issue is she wouldn't leave Sabora's soul for Strahd. Because what she wants is she
Our
does
realm.
want Strahd. Don't get that twisted, because she wants to do the soul magic. She wants to understand it and how to make people vampires, etc., etc., etc. But to hop into Strahd to figure that out would be at the disadvantage, because she'd be losing the power that she has with that realm that makes her a god. And Sabora is technically a Cambion, and is technically already a demigod. You see the issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's the only downside of trying to proposition Strahd. I mean, he could try. If you really wanted him to, he would.
It's not even a second question, bro.
I guess offer himself first, and then if she doesn't go for that, then offer Ophelia?
That'd be actually kind of interesting.
So do you want to take Strahd there? You want Lucian to take Strahd there first to see if she agrees?
Just come back!
Come back if she doesn't?
That's funny.
I mean, isn't he doing the negotiation anyway? So.
It's kind of like, maybe...
The difference is that if she agrees, then there's no way to stop
Strahd
from getting taken over.
Unless a creator can yoink his soul in. Could he have soul? Could a creator have temporary?
He doesn't have a god.
Could a creator
His
have...
god is Sabora.
Oh, yeah. Damn, Sabora. What if it was...
Haley's small smile.
What if Leon was able to pull... Well, he's gone right
Make
now.
a choice.
Pick a choice.
Yep.
That's so crazy. Oh my god.
Go.
2 letters.
It's so anxiety inducing.
She dreads it.
I do dread it.
She
I
does dread it.
I dread it so bad. I also think it would be great to have a 4th timeline rivalry with the 3rd timeline.
She'd be happy to never finish this session for the rest of
I
our
would- I
lives, so
would
she
be
doesn't have to
happy.
make
I'll
the
never have
decision.
to-
Go is all you have to say. If you wait a second longer, Leon dies.
Sorry, give me like a second. Like a player.
I'm rolling a d20.
Hang on, wait! I will ask Haley the fucking question with the Strahd thing.
Okay, good.
Okay, so like Strahd sacrificing himself? I don't know.
He's asking if Julia would trade himself for
Okay.
Sabora, his soul.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. Jesse's like, this is gonna suck ass. Fine, go.
He's
And
gone.
Jesse's goes to Millennia's realm immediately.
She's
She's
in
like,
Millennia.
Lonnie, you need to do
She's
something
like-
really fucking quick. Fluya's about to be taken by Strahd to be given to Julia, and you need to pull her out as soon as possible.
The fuck?
I know. Okay? Fucking.
You need to keep a better leash on your vampire!
She's like, I'm going to fucking lose it, okay?
She's like, where's the fucking realm? I don't even know where it is here!
At the realm. Back at the 2nd timeline.
You want me to stop him from taking Ophelia?
He's already freaking probably already has her. She's gonna get put in a fucking tube. We're trying to figure out a way to get rid of fucking Julia.
She has to take her soul.
Yeah, you need to take Ophelia's soul before Julia can jump into it.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
Please. She's like, please, she's gonna need a test tube. Please.
Meanwhile, Sabora.
Oh god. I didn't even get to see the fucking chaos in the 4th timeline.
She's splashing in the koi pond.
Yeah, we'll come back to what happened on the 4th
Oh
timeline.
god.
You see Lucian appear before you, but he looks stressed.
Me too, though.
Oh. Well.
Make a perception check.
I'm gonna choke, bro. This is so bad. Mary, were you expecting this shit?
11.
You see familiar claws around his throat.
Familiar? Should I roll a history check?
Yeah.
Julia.
24.
Strahd's. And he steps out from behind in a mist. And he throws Ophelia to the floor. And you see Ophelia glare back and then look back at
So Strahd really is putting the blame on him.
Oh my god, he didn't even knock her out. He just took her.
Strahd really is trying to get
you
all
actually
the blame
see
on him.
you see a fucking bunch of fucking scratches. Like she was fucking fighting him.
Oh my
it's
god.
The fact
On
that
him.
like Strahd really is trying to take the blame off of everyone.
And you see his bright red eyes. Usually when he's in like a relaxed state, they're not that red.
Yeah.
But right now,
I know Lucian is like, what the fuck is going on?
You see blood dripping from his mouth as he still holds on to Lucian.
Lucian is not having a good time.
And Lucian's just like stiff, like
he's scared as fuck, bro.
And Strahd looks at you, Sabora, but not at you. And he says, "Do you want to make a deal?"
Honey, what's going on?
And you feel a grab on your mind.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Someone clawing to the surface. I want you to make a charisma save.
Oh god.
Oh lord.
Ah!
I'm not even gonna try and pass it. I got a 3.
You're in the back seat.
Bruh.
And you're in a black room. Yet again.
Damn.
Looking around. You can't see or hear anything. And as you do, you realize, fuck, Julia's taken hold. And as soon as she does, you feel overwhelming joy. And you start to hear Strahd's voice as he says, "I want to make a deal. I give you Ophelia's soul. She is your host. And you release Sabora's." And Julia cackles. And instead of this black box, quickly you see the scene before you as it resumes. And Julia, in your mind, says, "You have to see this. What your husband would sacrifice."
She's stunned. She's like, oh my
She's surprised Pikachu face right now.
She's
And
like,
Why?
You see, as soon as he fucking says that, Ophelia turns and goes to, like, fucking fight Strahd. And in just one swift movement, he has her by the throat.
Lucian and...
Bruh.
Did you just literally grab Lucian and tell him to take him?
Yes. He had fucking Ophelia just by the fucking clothes and said, basically, covered in blood, "Take me to the fucking realm."
He really didn't put no blame on nobody for this
And
shit. Damn.
Lucian, he lets go of Lucian, and Lucian takes a few steps back, realizing not his place. For once, not his place. Not gonna mess with Grandpa Strahd. And he kind of just takes a few steps back, and
Josie was instructing Melania, they must be over here, they must be over there.
And Lucian, you see Sabora, Lucian lock eyes with Ophelia, and you see a sense of guilt in his eyes as he looks at her, and she writhes in Strahd's arms.
Bruh.
And she hits his arms, but she's not strong like that.
oh.
Josie's gonna, if Josie prays to Lucian, would Julia even find out about it, or is that just like a private thing?
You can talk to Lucian.
Okay, Josie is gonna pray to Lucian. She's like, Lucian, where the fuck is Strahd?
What busy?
Where the fuck is he? I need to know right now.
You see a vision in your head
And Josie's like,
of the scene at hand.
where's your realm at?
He explains it to you.
And she's like, she'll explain to Melania where they're currently at right now.
Melania starts looking.
Yeah.
And
He's like,
looking for it. And
I'm gonna fucking die.
you see Julia's eyes look at Ophelia at her fucking writhing, and she smiles.
Bro, this is fucked up.
This is so fucked up. I feel so bad for Ophelia, man.
It's like so fucked up, but like the drama is exciting.
I think having some big timeline rivalry will be very good.
You see,
Never had that really.
No, we
never.
haven't.
I think it's good to have some.
Ophelia claws at Strahd, and blood draws as she does. And Julia says, "You offer Ophelia's soul for Sephora." And Strahd says, "Yes, and all that comes with it. That includes her blood contract with R."
Ooh, this is so nasty.
And you
Sabora's
see-
like,
Stop the kid. No, because that's the last thing Sabora wanted, was it?
You see
She's
the
like, "Oh
fucking
my God."
rage in Ophelia's eyes as she kicks and claws some more. And she is screaming bloody murder at Strahd. Not saying anything in particular, just fucking screaming. And
Oh my God,
you
poor
hear
Ophelia.
Julia laugh. The excitement, the joy that she feels at seeing Ophelia in such pain is unnerving. You, Sabora, have never felt this way, ever, in your life about anyone. That says a lot to you.
Aw, damn.
can she do anything in there, or is she like forced to watch basically?
Forced to watch.
Aw.
You got a 3.
You ain't good.
She did
I had a chance
get
if you got a little higher.
a 3. She did get a 3. I'm fucking dead.
The time that you shouldn't be getting a 3 gets a 3.
And Julia says, "So you offer Ophelia's soul, and by extension, since her body has R's blood in it, R, for Sabora." And
She says this like she doesn't know who Strahd is.
technically she doesn't. She didn't get into Sabora's memories like that.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, like she knew that he was crazy, but like this is a lot even for him.
Yeah.
It's pretty extreme even for him.
I was gonna say, this is pretty extreme. We never got the chance to do something that extreme
No,
yet.
he's
I
never
love it for
had the
him.
I love it for him too. Don't love it for Ophelia.
No, because Mary, this is gonna be great timeline rivalry, bro. They're gonna be enemies.
And Strahd says, "I would do anything for Sabora." And he looks at Julia, but you feel like he's looking at you.
I like how Josie did warn Ophelia about the crazy ass vampire. And now she gets a taste.
And Ophelia looks at Strahd, and she just glares.
Ooh, that's gonna be bad for
Damn.
Strahd and Sabora in
Her-
the future.
Red eyes laced with craze of the same as Strahd's as she stares at him. And
Oh no.
she says, "I will wipe you, all of you,
Strahd.
off of this plane. Every single one.
Damn.
Because I..." And she gives a cynical smile. And she says, "I won't let it go your way. Your plan?" And she's whispering, so Julia can't
Okay,
hear this.
good. I mean, she's.
She says, "Your plan? I'll take it. Think, Strahd. If you want to risk this, because I hate to break it to you.
It ain't gonna look good for me.
But if I do what I plan to do and succeed, Lord help you. Because no one will save you from my wrath. And Strahd looks at her dead in the eyes and says,
I know my process.
I look forward to it.
Bro, two bad bitches facing off right now.
And looks back at Julia and says, do we have a deal? And Julia looks at Ophelia, at her fucking cuts and everything on her, and smiles and says, we have a deal.
Oh no, this is so bad. This is so nasty.
And just like that, you see Juliet appear right next to Ophelia. And she says, if I'm to make a deal, I need a contract. And Strahd says, the blood is yours.
Oh no, this is so nasty.
And you see and watch as your hands, as Julia, make a blood contract with Ophelia, who doesn't even flinch.
This is gonna be
Bruh.
so nasty.
And you see Ophelia's eyes turn towards Julia, and she says, you don't want to be with me.
God, this is gonna be so
and
bad.
Julia laughs
This is gonna be so bad.
and says, oh, but I think I do. And she signs off
All these
the
bad
contract.
bitches in the room. It's too much.
It's
There's too much
It really
energy.
is.
And she signs
Poor
off the
Ophelia,
contract,
man. Poor
and
Ophelia.
you see it go up into the sky and dissipate,
What does?
the contract.
Okay.
And suddenly, you have control of
This is
yourself.
poor. This is shitty. This
That's
is
crazy. She's like,
And you blink,
shitty. No, because poor R and Ophelia, they're gonna get their fucking shit right.
and you see Strahd standing before you. You see Lucian. You don't see Ophelia.
This is gonna be so bad.
I think that was horrible.
Strahd says, if it makes you feel better, there is a plan in place.
Is it?
Is there? Is there?
Is there?
That's where she went, I think.
No,
You
'cause
think?
because the only people there are Josie and Millennia, and they're like, they're also like, like it's so bad. Josie's like, what the fuck is going on?
She's like,
Josie's like, I'm about to cry. She's like,
God.
Josie's so stressed out.
And you do see Ophelia in a test tube in Grelin Tower's place.
Josie's like, they're both looking through Millennia's eye, I think. And Josie's like, what the fuck just happened?
And you see, there's no fighting, there's no screaming, there's no writing, there's no breathing. You just see Ophelia standing there blank.
Josie's like, Millennia, what the fuck?
And you see Millennia, she goes and grabs. And she says, her soul won't come.
Is there any way to eject one of us into her fucking soul or something? I don't know.
She says, her soul refuses. Ophelia is refusing to come to me. Not Julia, Ophelia.
Can you...
I can't just take it.
No, could you put someone in there?
No.
What about Julia's side? Is Julia in there?
Yeah. She's in there
Can
alright.
you eject me into Julia's side or something?
She says, I want you to see what's happening. And she basically shows you Ophelia's soul. And you see Ophelia's soul, you see Julia
They're fighting like...
on the outside of it. And Julia's clawing and clawing and clawing. But then you see Ophelia do the same.
Josie's like, can we do something? Like, can I do something?
She says,
Is there something I
she
need...
says to you, and she says, I think Ophelia decided to take this in her own hands. And I think you need to prepare yourselves.
It's just like, I'm sure we do.
If you want to try and stop her from whatever she's doing, you need to get R there.
Oh God.
Do you know if there's some sort of, since they're both fighting, I guess this is different compared to Sabora's soul right now?
Their blood magic is on the same playing field.
Okay.
Because she no longer has the realm to back her. So essentially, her power is the equivalent of Ophelia's. It's two blood magic users testing their strengths against one another.
Okay. Getting R there, what could R do? I need to know.
You might convince her to let me take her soul.
Julia?
No.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm like, this is Jacqueline.
He might convince Ophelia to let me take her soul so you can trap her, Julia.
Okay.
Because right now, Ophelia's refusing to come with me, and I don't know why.
Probably because she's furious as fuck, which rightfully so.
But that doesn't make sense. If she's just angry, why wouldn't she let me help her?
I don't know. I'll go get R.
Probably wise. Lucian, you see Sabora. Lucian turns to Strahd and punches him in the face.
Oh, purr!
And,
She wants to say something, but
No,
she's not wrong to do that, so she's like,
Lucian says, "You will not return here." And he snaps, and you're both gone.
It's the fact Josie is stuck in the situation to say go. Strahd takes the blame. Now Josie has to clean up the fucking mess of the shit, and she's like, I'm losing my mind.
For fourth timeline crew, I want everyone to roll con saves.
Oh, Christ. Okay, hold on. I gotta actually pull this sheet up.
Yeah, now I have to go over to our sheet, our kind sheet. It's like...
So it's just fourth timeline crew, so you need R, you need, I don't know Calliope's stats, but
Calliope's, I think I had her copy,
and then you need Terran, and then you need Zod.
Zod is still on here.
Perfect. You need to roll for Zod too.
He didn't respond to my text. How sad.
Taryn got a 24 for a con save.
Fuck! Okay. That's crazy.
He has +6 to it.
R got a 20, unnatural.
Actually?
I'm just kidding.
And then after you do that, I'm gonna have you do another save.
Okay.
Of a different type.
Alright. So I fucking just...
So, let me see the con saves first. And then since you only have one character, Haley, do strength save.
So I had to. So, R got a 20 for his con.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get to Zod's sheet.
18 for a strength save.
Damn. Terrence said...
He has pretty good save stats.
He does.
Now, if it was charisma...
Does everyone get that bonus you have, too? As a paladin?
Yeah, if everyone's in the same room, then they should.
Okay, so they would get it. Sorry, I just gotta... It takes a while for...
What'd you get for the strength?
18.
Okay.
Sorry, fucking D&D Beyond being a bitch. I gotta get Zod's sheet.
What's Calliope's stats? Are they the same as Ophelia's?
Honestly, just roll for on Terrence sheet because she's a paladin as well.
Okay.
So it's just...
Do you mind rolling?
Yeah, I was gonna say roll for her, please.
Con and strength?
Yeah.
Let's see what Zod gets.
She got a 22 for con.
Okay.
Ooh, she got a 9 for strength save.
Zod got a 19 for con. Why does Zod have plus 14 in his fucking strength save? He got a 28!
I mean, he is a Goliath, to be fair.
He has plus 14? What?
Alright, so...
What?
Fourth timeline crew.
Oh god, that was bad.
Do you mind doing me a favor and having your characters' roles in the chat for me so I can look at them?
Yeah.
Let me go in front of him.
We're not gonna like this.
Oh no.
What did fucking he win every fucking corner? Important info or mean?
Mean.
Or... I'll put them...
I think she got
both.
22.
I'll put them in, like, I didn't label them, but it's con and strength.
Oh, bro, Zod has his sheet hooked up to the Discord. That's crazy.
Oh yeah! I forgot he set it up.
Oh, what the hell? Wait. Didn't realize I was in the fucking Pix reference chat.
Which one's the...
Sorry, I had to label that.
Thank you. I'll go one by one.
There we go.
Perfect.
Girl, I bet she rolled like fucking...
We'll start with Calliope.
Fucking...
Taryn, you were standing by Calliope, and as if the speed of sound stands before you, you see a wisp come by, and for a moment all you see is blood dripping from Calliope's neck. And you hear her scream as she's thrown into the wall.
Damn, Strahd!
Oh my god!
A little
And
too
she
big!
falls.
Strahd went crazy! What the fuck?
Can he, like, rush over to her and, like, grab her?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He doesn't?
As you go running, you feel a hand grab your throat. And
Damn.
you are met with blood red eyes.
It's the fact that you have no throat.
Your head.
Oh my god.
He'll grab your armor and hold you up. And he can't bite you, so he doesn't. He notices it almost immediately. You see it gleam in his eyes. And he also notes you're a paladin and winces at your light.
No, because you're fucking blinding glass.
And you tussle with him pretty fairly square out. You fight back and forth a little bit.
Dang.
And you hear your friends screaming around you, preparing all kinds of actions in battle. And then suddenly you're on the ground.
Oh shit.
And
Like,
you,
flat on my back?
and
Damn.
you feel claws scratch through your armor. And you feel a stomp. And the breath that you have, gone.
Oh my god.
You feel as though you can barely move.
Oh shit. That's fucking crazy.
And you turn your head toward Calliope, who's unconscious on the ground,
Oh shit.
still bleeding.
Damn, Joe's gonna come in there like, what the fuck? This is not where I'm supposed to go!
And
Oh my
you see Strahd move towards Zod. And Zod immediately punches. And you see Strahd skid back. And he puts one foot against the wall as he does, and he looks and glares back at Zod.
Zod is
And
ran into a mountain.
You hear Strahd say, "I fought one of you before." And he runs straight at Zod. And
Uh-oh.
Zod doing Zod's thing, he's like, "I am boulder, I am strength," and he stands tall. And you see Strahd go under his legs and then climb up with his claws, his back. And then right between the armor of his neck, right there, right between the nape of his neck,
Uh-huh.
you see him jab his claws in. And on Goliath, that's where their soft skin is.
That is it.
That's their target.
Bruh.
And you hear Zod scream.
Because we're like, oh.
And you see Strahd rip out his claws and blood flies. And then he turns and he looks at R.
Uh-oh.
And you see Ophelia run in front of him.
Oh no!
And what does R do?
R's gonna give me a second as he opens his spell sheet. Does he have a chance to do like one action?
I'll give you one action since you saw everyone else go before you.
Yeah, because he does get Ophelia in the end, but how R reacts is gonna be great. So let me just open hide and seek.
Yeah, we know he gets Ophelia, but R doesn't know that.
R doesn't know that, and then just like, what the fuck? Literally coming into here.
The carnage.
No, because Josie's like over here, like I said. She's gonna want to die.
The bottom line is, though, they wouldn't have given Ophelia up without a fight, and that's why he came in swinging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
and
really.
he made damn sure they were surprised, so they wouldn't be able to put up a fight.
I'm fucking crying.
Did you expect this?
Can R actually call upon the mimics in the house?
Sure.
At first, I probably the mimics are already getting aggressive already, so they're probably already going ham. But
Yeah, and all the shit going crazy, like.
you guys banishment.
That would be funny.
No, that'd be awful because he has nowhere to go.
Cast banishment
Well,
on
actually, no,
Strahd, and he
Strahd would
leaves
just
with
come back.
Ophelia.
Strahd would just counterspell it.
Yeah, that's true. Funny you banished Ophelia.
Where would Ophelia go? This is her timeline.
Well, they what happens is they can go in a kind
Different
of.
place.
Well, they don't get replaced. The actual.
No, a different place.
Oh yeah,
They
just
go
for
to
like a
different
minute, and they
place.
come back after the minute. So it's like, oh, that
So
was.
what? He goes toe to
Yeah, I know.
toe with Strahd in that minute.
Literally, Sorry, I was just looking. It's gonna do power word stun.
Taryn, if you want to do anything right now, you can't stand, but you can crawl.
He'll probably. Oh, God. He'll probably crawl over to Calliope, who's, like, actively bleeding out. And he'll try and heal her so she's not bleeding anymore.
Yeah, you see the wound heals as you do.
Okay.
But she's still unconscious, seemingly because of the impact against the wall.
That's fine. I mean, he's not gonna be like, break her out! So, he'll kind of just leave her be for the time. And, let's see.
Is Zod knocked out?
No, Zod is
In pain.
awake, but he is in thriving pain. He's actually holding his neck.
Weird.
And
I want Corey to be here
he
so
seems
bad.
to move towards you, Taryn, and for you to help heal his neck so he can intervene.
That's everyone.
Okay, I'll heal her, heal him.
Hey, give me a visual of Taryn on the fucking floor trying to heal. Give me a visual.
He's like on his back, and he effectively got like curb stomp, so he'll like try and kind of go like this and like pull himself over to her.
Dragging his body.
I mean, effectively, yeah, because he is kind of out of breath and hurting.
Yeah.
You heal Zod, though?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What does R do?
Or just power word stun.
Are you sure? You use it on Strahd?
You know what? Maybe R would know better than to use a spell on fucking Strahd.
Because he'll counterspell.
He'll counterspell.
What else does he have?
That is the problem. What else does he have? That is y'all.
Well, just do it anyway, so he's doing something and not just being a damn bump on a log.
Yeah, no.
Letting his wife get manhandled.
Yeah, no. I feel like R.
Oh, darn!
R
You're gonna
would-
counterspell, so I'm not gonna do anything.
R would give himself. I forgot what the fucking buff spell is. He gives himself fucking mage armor and actually will try to fight Strahd with the silver sword.
Roll the hit.
This is gonna be so bad. I'll have to. He doesn't have the sword on him, so I'll have to fucking roll on arm strike. He gets a 22.
You hit.
He's gonna hit him with the silver sword.
Yeah, you slash him, and he has a long cut now across his chest that slowly begins to heal.
Shit.
And as you do, he grabs that sword from you. Was it a magical sword, like it didn't actually exist?
No, it's just a regular sword.
And he tosses it across the room.
Fucking hell.
And it slams into Zod.
Oh my god.
Damn! Zod's not healed!
Falls on the floor in front of Zod. So it doesn't actually impale him
it's
because
dink.
he's got
It just
fucking 29,
clangs.
but it hits against him and he's like,
No, 'cause I imagine the clink.
He looks down, then looks back up, and he's standing to his feet, rapidly approaching Strahd now. And Strahd moves towards R now after he throws the weapon, and he...
Yeah, R's angry as fuck. He's like, Spider's man.
I want R to roll insight.
He is gonna roll it. Fucking, why do you suck at insight, bitch? 14.
In Strahd's eyes, you see sorrow
Oh,
Damn.
as he's doing this.
That's loaded.
That's loaded!
And you feel as though he understands what you're feeling right now.
Oh.
And he doesn't move almost for a second. And it's so quick that you barely notice it. But he doesn't move as he looks at you dead in the eyes. And you see in that split second, Ophelia runs up and slashes him with her sword. And she stands in front of you.
They're both gonna be
with her sword at his throat, and she says, "You have one chance to leave." And Strahd looks at you again, R.
R's like, what the fuck?
And then looks at Ophelia, and he senses Zod behind him.
Zod! I'm sorry, the fucking 8-foot.
Yeah, and he's like, don't, coming towards.
I sense a Goliath
that
behind
intimidating
me.
shadow that's really big behind
Yeah, really.
somebody. That's like what's going on.
And
Oh, Christ.
What was that? Oh my god, why is it so big?
pause the stream.
Oh god. Damn, what the fuck? I'm gonna mute ourselves. Anyway, streamers, we dealt with the roach. Yay!
Oh.
Now our DM's on the other side of the area because it was on her chair.
I'm where Haley once was.
Here's your phone back, Haley.
Oh, thanks.
Don't worry, it's nice.
Where we left off, it was Strahd looking at R in the eyes.
And then Ophelia standing in front of.
Yeah.
And slashing at.
Yeah, she slashes at Strahd. And Strahd has a large slash across his chest as she does another to match the one that your boy. You're so close. I don't like it.
We are very close now.
Now Mary's on
my
our
slippers
side.
under you.
How fucking dare your slippers be there?
Enough.
I like how you're now on the
slippers.
tiny ass.
I have to move away because I'm fucking sitting here talking and I just see Haley.
That's the best part. I'm all sweaty because of that incident. It's not even because the house is hot. It's because I was so nervous.
I'm sweaty because I'm heating up the leather on this chair. It's making me hot.
You can sit here.
It's okay.
No, closer to
Alright, right here.
You don't want to go closer to the rope area.
I don't.
You could
I
pull
don't.
one of those.
Maybe.
You're comfortable right now, even though you're on the leather seat.
I'll leave it. Okay. Ophelia went and followed the slash that your boy R left. And R, you see Strahd, he looks you in the eyes just as he did, and he looks back at Ophelia. And you'd see almost as if the way he looked at you read, I'm sorry, but I have to.
Har's like, what the fuck?
And he looks in a swift movement. You see him grab Ophelia.
Har's like, no!
And he looks directly at you and says, you will do anything for her. And he's
Oh
gone.
no. Har's like, what the fuck?
Josie,
Josie's like fucking running to the,
you go to the fourth timeline?
and then she just sees the fucking chaos and she's like,
Calliope is now regaining consciousness, and it has been about a minute since Ophelia was gone.
Josie,
Oh shit, that's
Josie
fast.
fucking casts mass healing word just in case anyone else needs fucking healing, and she's like, and then she's like, R, we need to go. She's like, R, we need to.
And now you
fucking
see someone else from the other timeline trying to take a second
And
one of
R's
your
like,
numbers.
no, she's not being forced. She's like, R, we need to fucking go. This is awful. What the fuck is going on? And Josie's like, she's actually panicking. And she's like, fucking hell.
Gee, I wonder what the fuck's going on. Given your vampire ran in here and freaking fucked shit up.
What did he fucking do?
Wait, threw my girlfriend, wife? I don't know where they are
Girlfriend
right
right
now.
now.
Girlfriend against the wall. She was unconscious. Curb stomped me on the fucking chest. Clawed his neck.
I'll be Calliope for a second.
Yeah.
She's like holding her head.
And
She's
Josie's, because Josie didn't expect this at all. Because she said, hey, we're going with the plan. But then
Yeah.
Sean did fucking went nutty, which, I mean, he had to. Like, because
Yeah.
they were going to fight back. But Josie's like, she's like,
and Calliope holds her head and she was like, that was your vampire.
yes, it was. I'm not denying that it was not my vampire.
And she looks around and she goes, where's Ophelia?
That's where we're going to now.
The vampire took her.
Vampire took her.
The other vampire.
The other vampire.
all like all fucking Calliope says, fucking go then.
I was like, what the fuck is happening? Just like, come on. And at least Josie didn't come by fucking force. She's like, Josie takes R, and R's like, what the fuck is going on? And Josie's like,
Honestly, Taryn will probably come.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
everyone's
the
gonna
whole
come.
fourth timeline
and
crew
Josie's
comes.
explaining what Ophelia's fighting right now.
Okay.
And she's like,
Cool.
And she's like, Millennia's trying to get her soul out of that situation so she doesn't get fucking hurt. But Ophelia will not leave willingly, so she and Julia are duking it out in her
Why?
body. They were there when Josie was there to tell them.
Yeah.
But they even don't have a
But
clue.
why didn't she accept Millennia helping her?
I have no clue what the fuck really what happened. All I know is this is what currently is happening.
What's the last thing she said?
She doesn't know, does she?
You
she
didn't
just saw-
hear it.
yeah.
You saw them moving, but the only person who would know the last thing that she said was
The
be
only
Strahd.
person that would know is our vampire. If you want to go talk to him, go right ahead. Strahd!
Currently Strahd. Go back to Strahd. He, Lucian spat you guys back out in front of the palace. He did not come with you.
In front of the palace of his thing, or
No,
the...
back at, second timeline.
Oh, okay.
No,
And,
Jesse's talking to him.
Strahd is still covered in blood. But he kind of glances at you, and then he's like,
And Sephora probably still like,
Get that
but
stupid look off your face. You know what you did. While she's also trying not to, like, laugh or anything.
you see him, you see his fucking, he just kind of like, with his tongue, wipes the fucking blood off of his teeth, and he's like,
And Jesse's cleaning up the mess of the fucking girl.
She'll prestidigitation him to be clean and not bloody.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And you hear Josie say, Strahd!
I feel like that is a bad thing.
Probably very bad.
Strahd!
I don't want to answer.
If you don't get here right this second!
I forgot for a few minutes why I was scared of Josie.
I forgot from you! Strahd, you have to tell the count of 3! 1!
She'll open the front doors to the castle. Palace.
2! She's still like further in.
Fine. I'm here.
The vampire
What was
speed.
the last thing Ophelia said to you?
He thinks for a second, he goes, that I would pay, and that the plan would not go the way we wanted to.
And then everyone in the fourth talent crew like,
Clive, he's like, but what does that mean? What is she gonna do to make it not go according to plan? Because from what you said, Josie, the plan was that,
to pull her soul out.
but she's not letting you.
Because I guess she doesn't want the plan to go the way we were intending. And she looks at Strahd like,
Which was to save her.
which was to save her.
Now for Mary, Jacqueline.
Yes, I like.
What all can R sense through their bond?
They can sense emotions. They can sense. They can't really sense physical pain from each other, but they can probably sense like soul,
Mental anguish.
mental anguish, soul pain. But
You feel unbridled rage. To a sense that it feels as if the person feeling it is broken
aw,
by said
poor
rage.
Ophelia. And Mars like, oh no, where the fuck is Ophelia? And Jesse's like, sends him up there immediately. And he's like, oh no.
So does everyone else.
Yeah, so does
Yeah.
all the rest of the crew. Josie
Is
probably.
anyone gonna clue in second timeline?
Josie will.
Or the rest of third timeline crew?
Josie will clue in what the fuck Strahd did and what's going on to the second timeline crew because she's the one that has to fucking explain anything to anybody around here, bro.
Yeah, S'more doesn't really know what's going
Kira
on.
says, what? Your...
Vampire
Did what?
did that. Josie looks so defeated and tired and guilty and just everything in her fucking head. I brought the fourth timeline crew here.
She just goes upstairs.
Yeah, Josie's like, I don't go upstairs too, because he's like, he looks at Josie like,
I think everyone's upstairs though.
yeah, except for maybe the second.
Strahd's not up there.
Yeah, third timeline
Strahd
crew.
is not up there.
Out of third timeline crew, out of it. Third timeline crew, not even involved. Josie's not even gonna step foot in that room just because she knows how bad it is. Fucking Hayden and Josie look at each other. Hayden's like, "You look, this shit's bad," and Josie's like, "I know."
You guys walk into the lab. Gorilla Tower's already there, and she's kind of baffled at how Ophelia just kind of appeared in her fucking little
Josie's like,
vial.
like, the girl was like, huh?
But Gorilla Tower, you know that she has not been responsive thus far. She's not moved a muscle.
She'll explain that to everyone. She's like, "Yeah, this is bad." Oh God.
What would R like to do? Or
R's,
anyone for that
yeah,
matter.
R's coming up to the tank and he's trying to reach Ophelia as best as he can first to see if he can reach her at all.
You hear screaming when you try.
Like from both ends?
From Ophelia. Not of pain.
Oh, it's like anger. And R's like, "Ophelia! Ophelia!" He's fucking crying because he's a baby. He's like, "Ophelia!"
And you see her hand move quickly as it slams against the tube.
Oh.
And she claws at it.
Is that her or Julia?
You don't know.
Can he make an insight check? Or would he not be able to tell?
Because, to be honest, Ophelia probably can't tell right now.
She's so angry that she's just fucking going nutty.
And Millennia actually shows up at this point.
And he's like, "What the fuck?"
And she's been watching Ophelia's soul.
Mm-hmm.
And she says to you, she won't let me take her soul out.
That's what I was told.
I can't convince her.
I'm trying to reach her, but I don't know if she can hear me.
She can.
She can.
She's choosing not to.
Ophelia, please. He's like, "Ophelia, please listen to me."
You see her other hand slam against the glass as she claws at it.
Oh.
And you hear her say out loud, "I will wipe you off of the face of this planet."
Is she speaking that to Julia or is that
No,
just...
she's not speaking that to Julia.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Strahd. So...
And you see her eyes open, and as they do, there are no whites. There's just red blood.
Cool. Oh, he's like, "Ophelia, no, don't. Look, they're all fucked up, but this isn't worth it for you."
She didn't say anything.
Oh, what does Taryn want to say before as I think of things really quick?
I'm
I'm thinking how like I'm trying to get into R's fucking perspective.
I'm bad at thinking on the spot, so I'm not gonna be able to come up with something any sooner than you are.
I'm thinking.
You hear Ophelia say, she says, "You wanted to deal with Julia? I'll deal with her.
No, it's not worth it. Ophelia, it's not worth it.
There's not a price to pay."
There is a price to pay. I don't want to lose you.
And you see Millennia watch her, and she stares at her almost in awe as she watches. Not fear, not worry, but awe.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Ophelia's hands drop back by her side, and her eyes close again. Millennia says, "If your third timeline crew, I would run.
No one's in the room.
I would tell them to run."
What happened? Does Arno what happened?
No.
I was like, "What's going on?"
Millennia says, "I'm telling you right now." And she looks at Kira. "Tell them to run."
Kira, I guess, has to go tell him.
Kira looks at Millennia in the eyes and is like, and she walks down stairs at a rapid pace, pretty brisk. And she says to Josie, she says, so, not sure exactly what's happening up there, but Millennia told me to tell you guys to run.
She's like, we'll take that advice. And she'll basically gather up the family and tell them to go. Like, they need to go now, because we're in danger.
So, you're going to take all of their timeline crew?
Josie is considering staying behind because she needs to see. She wants to face the fucking aftermath of this shit.
She wants to face the aftermath.
Yeah, because
she wants to be the one not to run.
She feels guilty about this shit, and she's like, she doesn't know what to do, but she's telling I guess she's gonna first tell the third timeline crew, we need to run because.
Okay.
And what is Strahd doing at the moment?
He's standing by Sabora.
Mhm. It's like, if you want to live, you need to run.
Okay. Let's go then.
Leon. You were being held here and you heard Julia talking to you, taunting you as she approached.
Ooh.
And you heard her say your name, Leon Ildeshire, when suddenly she stopped talking.
Oh.
And all of the blood around you disappeared, as if it was never there to begin with.
It's like, what the fuck?
And you see a realm identical beginning to rebuild itself in the shape Asmodeus had built it. And Asmodeus' corpse before you, Cerberus holding on to you, speaking to you through it, says, I didn't anticipate this. As the body disappears.
Oh, fuck!
As well as the pike.
Leon's like, what's going on? He's like, I'm fucking stressed.
And, you wake up.
Leon's like, what the fuck? Leon's like, Julia's gone?
Where is he waking up from?
Probably where everyone's getting talked to about the run.
I'm sure they dragged his body over. When
Probably
they were
laid him
all
on the
doing
couch or
it.
something. He's like, okay, well, he's
He wakes up and he's like, ah!
I don't think Archeon's gonna leave Leon
No.
alone until he wakes up. Leon's like, Julia's gone.
Julia's what?
Gone.
Where?
And so she's like, that's the problem. Ophelia is about to wreak havoc. So.
Yeah, we need to go.
Leon's
like,
you see Lucian appear, and he snaps, and everyone is on Ixerberos.
oh shit.
Oh, damn.
This is so nasty. And Josie's like,
And
she's so tired. She's
Lucian says, we are going to have a long, long conversation. And I promise you, Ophelia will not be the only one who beats your asses today!
fucking rightfully so, man.
And you see him look straight at Strahd, and Strahd's like, looking at you, Sabora.
Don't look at me.
Josie's like, just like this, and she's like,
Lucian says, I am going to go find out what happened. Stay here. You leave here, you'll probably die. And it won't be by Ophelia.
Okay.
And you see him go.
this shit's ass.
Meanwhile, fourth timeline crew and second timeline crew.
Mm-hmm.
After a few moments of R pleading to Ophelia, I'm sure he continues.
Mm-hmm.
Millennia puts a hand on our shoulder. And shakes her head. And you see Ophelia's eyes open. Normal. And she says, open it.
Everyone's so scared. There's no trace of fucking Julia there, is there?
You want to check?
Yeah, just in case. Like, well, I guess girl in
Have
tower.
girl in tower
Yeah.
amplify what she sees.
Yeah, girl in tower
Um,
probably will we'll look into it.
Girl in tower, you kind of look at Ophelia's soul, and remember how it was said that Julia was a virus?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Ophelia almost warped her own soul, her very being, to be a virus.
Uh-oh.
Dang.
And she took it.
Oh,
She took
no.
Julia.
Were you planning
and
this, Mary?
Ripped her soul
Rip Julia's soul?
and took her power.
Uh-oh. That's crazy.
And even looking at her soul, you see it's all Ophelia, but there are pieces that look like they don't fit to her soul that are added on.
It's like she kind of glued it back, like glued it on.
Glued it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or stuck them on with some fucking tape. But it looks like as you're watching, they're slowly merging.
Oh no, that's bad. That's bad juju. That's so bad juju.
And Ophelia blinks a couple of times as Girl in Tower explains all of this, and she looks at you all again and says, "Open it.
Julia, what?
Open it."
God, this is tough.
I'm nervous to open that thing.
As Haley or Taryn?
Taryn, well, both actually. Can I make Taryn do an insight check on her? I want him to check. Wasn't her alignment like?
Chaotic neutral.
Yeah, I want to check her alignment now.
Probably on the evils. This is so bad.
11.
Chaotic neutral.
This is.
Is that because I didn't roll high enough, or that's really what it
It's
is?
chaotic neutral.
Oh, so she's
Okay.
still like her. But
She's Ophelia.
oh god.
Can I do another insight check to see what she's gonna do if I open it?
Yeah, please.
Oh, bruh, 7.
Here,
You're not sure.
I mean, I'll roll for it. Can R still feel Ophelia?
You feel as though you could, but there's a wall
Oh no,
that she built.
he got a 14.
What did you insight?
Just like the same thing Taryn missed.
What
Or
she's gonna do?
Intention.
You heard the rage.
That's true.
You can make an assumption of what she's about to do. Raise hell, fire, and fury.
Oh no. R looks to Millennia. Millennia's like. It's really hurt. She's like, they reap what they sow, R.
Ophelia says, "Open it.
You're so scared.
I won't ask again."
I was gonna regret this so bad, but he's gonna open it.
And she takes a step out and looks around and says, "Where are they?"
Alright,
We
they
don't
actually have
know.
no idea. Like, none of them
No,
actually
no,
have
no,
an
no.
idea.
And she takes a breath and says, "I shredded through every piece of Julia, every ember of her memory, everything that she was. She tried to be a virus, and I became a black hole. And I absorbed her, in essence,
R looks concerned. Like, he's
through
mostly
blood
concerned.
magic, essentially.
I mean, if
I
anyone could,
absorbed
you
her.
could.
Thank you. But I am Ophelia. I'm not Julia. There is no remnants of Julia or anything along those lines. However, I took her power. And I made a promise. And I plan to keep it.
What was the promise?
I will wipe them from the face of this plane, every single one of them. And she leaves the room.
Oh no, R's like, I'm gonna go follow her.
And you see, as she leaves, Lucian appears in the room. And he says, he looks at the door and sees that Ophelia's not in it and that it wasn't broken. And he's like, what happened?
R's not there. He left to chase Ophelia.
So R let her out. She is not Julia, but she took Julia's power.
Okay. So, we had a demigod Hellion princess who had Julia warping around her soul. She goes into your blood hunter for like 10 minutes and is wiped and absorbed.
Yeah. Ripped apart. Her words.
Lucian's like, oh no!
So what does that... So what did...
Valentina's
So
like,
she has the power then.
Valentina's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What does that make her then?
A guy.
For what it's worth, I didn't know. For what it's also worth, I'm sorry. For what it's also worth, I punched him in the face.
Valentina's like, yeah, Strahd fucking... Strahd had to be-
Strahd.
Yeah, we're also sorry for whatever is about to happen.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm sorry.
Sorry, Sarah's saying, I'm sorry. Galantara's like, I'm sorry to drag y'all into this.
Girl in tower?
Yeah, she's like, maybe it wasn't a good idea having these timeline communications.
That's not something you ever could have predicted.
Well, yeah, no, it couldn't have been. I mean, but the issue is now with long-term effects and all that, and we still got Cerberus on the rise. But I'm afraid third timeline's not going to be looking so good.
We made our decisions. Some of us. For us, I suppose.
Well, some people will get yoinked.
By one thing or another.
But sometimes, I guess, you have to get yoinked to save everyone else.
Suppose you reap what you sow.
You do.
Well, if anyone's ever to contact you from the third timeline crew again, it'll probably be me, so I guess I'll see you later, because it's probably going to happen.
Well, wish you luck. I'm here with any my devices for you, so. So, yeah. Well,
Speaking of that, and on that note, go back to third timeline crew.
everyone's in a fucking hot mess right now.
And all of third timeline's there.
And
Except for Lucian.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Leon's like sitting here trying to like process everything as because he was knocked
And
out.
you still don't have an update on what happened to Ophelia because Lucian hasn't come back yet.
No, and Leon's trying to figure out. Leon's kind of sitting with himself, and he's like,
Yeah, at this point, Zamora doesn't know what she doesn't know.
Saren's holding his fucking head, and he's like,
I think Jesse's also like,
he says, kidnapping her's one thing, Strahd. Beating all their asses is another thing, Strahd. Strahd says,
It was either I go in swinging or they see me, anticipate what I am about to do, and then they react. There would have been more bloodshed that way. My actions were to disable, and I did. Sarian says, yeah, and, now we're dealing with whatever the fuck's going on with Ophelia. God forbid Julia takes over. And,
I almost wonder if that's the more merciful option at this point.
What do you mean?
Having Julia instead of Ophelia.
Yeah.
Sarian shakes his head and he's like,
Leon's trying to be like,
we got in such a fucking mess, man.
and Leon's trying to recount everything. He's like,
Archeon's like, I mean, you have the realm.
Leon's like, I learned way too fucking much.
You have the realm?
I talked to Cerberus in there. I talked to
You talked to Cerberus in my realm?
I talked to Cerberus in your realm.
He cried.
He's so distraught. He's like that thing is not Aslan or whatever the fuck we had in Ravenloft. He's not saying it to everyone, but he's saying it to Sabora right now. And probably Archeon, because Archeon's listening.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's trying to figure out. He's like, that thing created Azrael Diablos. It's a thing higher than everything. It's everything. It's a god of everything. He looks towards Shamil, and you see Leon get really sad when he looks towards Shamil. He's like, that wish was a part of him, this big being, and now he's in pain because I guess we've done too many messed up shits, and now he's in pain.
We made it exist again.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're in pain because he exists.
And so he didn't exist, and then things happened and made him exist again, and now he's in pain and wants to consume everything. I'm so glad. I'm so glad too. He apparently didn't expect us I guess, the realm not to be destroyed, because if we destroyed it, he would have absorbed every single part of it and got stronger.
Okay.
Or
well,
they.
I guess I'm glad we didn't do that.
But now we
That was on the table.
And then now we have 100 other issues to deal with, and I'm...
The only
When do we
reason
go
we
out?
expedited any of this is because he got stuck in said realm.
I
He did not come out.
chat with Cerberus, I guess.
Yes, and then, but if you remember, Girl and Tower said the more time you spend in there, the easier and more likely Julia will find you. So we had to count down the minutes. Our plan that we had skewed together, we didn't anticipate entirely that Ophelia would decide, oh shit, I'm going to sit here and decide that I'm going to become a god now. Because, like, who the fuck can do that? Who the fuck just decides one day they're going to become a god by absorbing another person?
Anybody here, I guess. It's just not crazy around here. That's what Leon really says. He's like, it's just not crazy that anyone can become... And Leon's like... I'm gonna take a damn walk.
Archeon says, give Sabora the realm.
Here you go. Oh, he's like,
Here you go.
He's like, that's what Archeon said. He's like, what if Ophelia comes after your ass?
Archeon says, I want you to have no part of it. Give her the fucking realm. We're done with it. We are done with it. Give her the fucking realm. You
The
join
metaphorical
hands.
passing of
Yeah,
hands.
he's like, you
You
know.
join hands and you see a bright red light shine around your hands as you join them. And you feel a surge of energy go through you.
Wow.
And you hear a voice say, you hear a voice say, remember what I told you.
Is that Asmodeus' voice? Oh,
and you
very
feel
cool.
his power merge into your own. And you feel as if you have your own realm.
And then Leon's like,
You are now god tier like Lucian.
And Leon's like, just remember Asma's stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Be super conservative about it.
Saren says, what kind of god are you?
She's abyssal.
Abyssal?
Are you?
Here, let me check really quick.
There's like a blank space.
There is a blank space.
Like
So I'm
Because-
basically just a god of nothing right now.
Yes, because you haven't deigned it and or found it.
Hmm.
Because while, yes, you could claim abyssal, that is not what you are, who you are.
It's like a category.
Exactly. Whereas, like, tier, god of justice, god of,
Right.
whatever.
Mhm.
That's very different. So, there's a blank space there, but there is, yes, abyssal magic there.
Mhm.
And that's that. Good job, you got that one.
Yeah, Leon's gonna be like, Leon's like,
And Lucian reappears. And he
everyone's just waiting for his update, bro.
Yeah, we're
he
just hanging out.
looks furious at you all.
Rightfully fucking
And he
so.
says, Julia's dead and gone.
That's good news.
Is it good news?
Ophelia's a god.
That's very bad news.
Leon's like,
And I can't help but remember what Asmodeus showed you.
oh yeah, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Two gods
Oh, fuck.
going head to head.
Yeah.
Leon's like, that's why I don't think it's wise to.
Lucian says, who sanctioned it? Who said to do it?
Oh fuck, fuck.
Strahd wouldn't have done that on his own. Who said it?
Oh fuck.
Saren's like,
Sabora's definitely not smiling. She doesn't know shit. She does not know.
Oh my
Saren's
God.
looking up in the heavens like,
It's Sarah.
She's looking around like, who done
It's
it?
like, and Josie's like, okay. Josie's
Like, oh, wonder who did that.
It's me having the anxiety to fucking reveal it, but Josie's ready to just die. Honestly, Josie's ready to fucking leave this fucking plane.
And it's so funny that Lucian's the one asking. Like, she hasn't fucked up enough already.
Yeah, no, Josie's like,
Especially with the soul thing. Where's Rosello?
he's just standing there, but
yeah, he is there, but he's been extremely quiet.
yeah.
Just because he's reeling from his own stuff. But he
Okay.
also doesn't really know what's happening.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't involved in it at all.
Mm.
So he's kind of looking around, like, trying to connect dots and pieces. And he says, and Rosello says, so wait, what exactly happened?
I don't know, you know,
And
everyone's like, hold on.
Lucian explains it pretty gruesomely, but
It's
honestly,
honestly gruesome.
and it takes a lot for Rosello not to do y'all's kind of smirk, the kind of like,
Damn.
and it's not because Rosello's like, yeah, being mean to people's good, but it's
Interesting.
very straight to the point. This is how I solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very much how Rosello sees things, which is why he wanted to meet Strahd to begin with.
Yeah, and it's the fact that Strahd did manipulate what Josie was fucking throwing out there, but
There's a
again,
reason he did it,
yeah, there was a
which you also haven't asked.
Yeah. Oh, God, Josie, I feel so bad.
And
for her.
Lucian says, now that we have that out of the way, who said to do it? And you've seen Lucian mad before, Josie, you especially. him mad at you. But this is different.
Mm-hmm. No, he gets everybody.
And you didn't even see him, and Sabora did, when he punched Strahd across the face.
Mm-hmm. Man, this is giving me anxiety for Josie, bro. It's like Josie.
Dread.
Josie would stand up and say it, but God, is Jacqueline, that's gonna be so disgusting. So disgusting and awful.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Woo. Shit crazy. Yeah, Josie stands up and she's like and she
Sabora like scoots back
I
behind
bet she
Strahd.
doesn't
She's
even say a
nervous.
fucking word before she locks eyes with fucking Lucian.
And when he locks eyes with you, you see his anger and rage. And he says, "You did it again." And he looks towards Strahd and he says, "You're gonna be Strahd."
He manipulates it so Josie so bad. I hate it.
And he says,
I'm not smiling. I'm not. Well, he's not, but I am.
and he looks at Strahd and says, "You've damned us."
Oh, sorry,
Strahd looks blank-faced at him, and he says, "I did what I had to do." And Lucian, you hear thunder. And this reminds you of Lathander for a moment. Lathander's rage. And you hear Lucian bellow, "You did not do what you had to do. She was in my realm. Fine. Not dead. Not dying. She was there. You chose to take matters into your own hands. You both did. Didn't clue everyone in. And chose what sacrifices you would make others make for you. When no one here wants to acknowledge the only reason Sabora was in the position she was in was because of her own decisions. But yes, let's make other timelines, clean up our messes, like we always do. Let's not trust each other yet again. You fear what Ophelia will do? I have no association with any of you. I revoke the Ildashire name.
That's fair.
And you see him leave.
Yeah, no.
Damn!
Josie deserved that.
That's
though.
really, that's not.
Damn! And you see Strahd's eyes actually widen a bit at that. And he glances back at you, Sabora, and then glances at Josie. And after a moment, you see Ruzello also disappear after Lucian.
Josie accepts her fucking fate. She chose the wrong choice because she panicked once again. She shakes her head and she's like, and you see Leon kind of look at her and we lock eyes.
And Leaf says, Leaf chimes in actually, and he says, "Was there a choice?"
There was a choice, I'm sure.
And he glances at Strahd and glances at you, Sabora, as well, and he shakes his head and said, "Let's say she wasn't a god. The second she got back in her body, she would have craved our blood. Savored the fact that our hearts would be on knives that she held. What would you feel, Sabora,
if somebody came in and practically proved that they could slaughter your family, hurting every single one of them, and took you.
Horrible. Rage.
And then gave you to Julia.
I probably wouldn't like that, to be honest.
He
I feel
thinks
so
for
bad
a
for
moment.
I'm like, why did I say Josie said go, bro?
Leaf thinks for a moment, and he shakes his head, and he says, Abaddon has made far worse decisions. I'm not going to judge this one. Because we're kind of one now.
Sorry, that cracked me up.
He says, but this was a call that was on par with the selfishness of Abaddon. And you may not call yourselves heroes, but you have people who look up to you like them. And he gestures to Faith and says,
Baby.
Aww.
and says, so when you make decisions like this, it makes everyone look like villains. I guess there's another question to ask, and he looks at Sabora. Would you have made it another minute in there with Julia?
Do I think I would have?
Yes.
Oh,
I
fuck.
probably
You
would
were
have.
in there for a year with her, is what you're thinking.
It wasn't awful.
Did you like it? No.
Mm-mm.
But do you think it's worth having an entire timeline against you?
Mm-mm.
And she looks at Strahd and says, you got Sabora, sure. But before you can even blink, you might lose her again. This time permanently. And he thinks for a moment, and he shrugs and he walks off.
Jesse's.
He stays on Exerberos though, and he just kind of walks off with Spring.
Jessie looks at the second timeline as they're on it, and she's like, I'm thinking if she would actually go to the second timeline or not.
How would she get there?
If she could figure out a way. She's not totally like. And she's like, she just says, I think I'm gonna go to the second timeline.
Why? You want to receive your punishment?
I dragged y'all into this mess. And you shouldn't have to bear the brunt of it.
I dragged us into this mess.
No, we did the final decision. We did it for you.
I made a blank contract with a blood god. And that's why we're even in this mess in the first place.
But we've made it a bigger mess than it should have been.
I suppose.
Sharon says, we didn't listen to the warnings.
We did not. Honestly, I thought we were as Jacqueline, but no, we were not. Fuck. Jesse's like.
Because and now as DM, the warnings were saying sacrifices had to be made.
And so we didn't make any sacrifices.
To avoid a cost worse than not making a sacrifice.
Okay.
Is what it
Oh
said.
my fuck! I thought we were because of Ophelia, and we played it smart, but.
Quite literally, it said that they think that there's another way.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, I really thought doing a bargain.
Well, you know, as Mary, I didn't foresee you guys being like, yeah, we're gonna sacrifice someone anyway.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of.
it was always gonna happen this
Okay.
way.
Yeah, but
It didn't matter what way you went. It was always gonna end with Ophelia having to be the one, and you guys.
The sacrifice
it
that
was
was
still
not
gonna
ours
be.
to
It
make.
was still gonna be really
Correct.
bad in the end.
Well, it was always gonna be Ophelia, but the other option was to kill Sabora
That's true.
and figure it out. But y'all would never have made that choice.
Yeah, that's true. What up?
Because there was a choice.
Yeah, there was a choice. That's why I was like, for sure. Yeah, but Josie's like.
Because if we're thinking about it too, where would Sabora have went if she died?
To her realm, right? With Julia in it as well. Which would have been like a whole thing too.
Yeah, but would that be Sabora's punishment for her choices that she made
Yeah,
instead of having someone else pay for them?
yeah, that's true. Fucking hell, man. I don't think that hard, bro. I should. I was like, Josie would have. Man, I played Josie.
It's what Josie would do. Would Josie have thought, even with a sliver in her mind, to sacrifice Sabora under any circumstances?
I guess like it's like for all the stuff she's learned, she probably wouldn't have told Strahd to go ahead. That was mostly me going ahead, but definitely, but it happened. So that's. But I don't think she would have killed Sabora, because then it would just end up we'd have to kill Sabora as well.
That's the thing. It would
Yeah.
have been a one or the other. We could have sat here all day and not made a decision, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, a decision had to be made.
Yeah.
Either go kill Sabora,
Or do the
or
fucking crack
you
shit.
have Ophelia do it.
Yeah.
And you can sit here and say that Josie wouldn't have made that decision.
But also she would.
But Josie would have.
She would
because
have.
Josie would not have sacrificed Sabora.
Mhm.
Because then there's the whole issue, like, could Sabora even fend off Julia in her
Yeah, it's like
realm
that's the issue.
As-
We can't even get there.
as a blood god and
Leon-
then a non,
And
hardly a
we
blood
already knew
hunter
that Julia
herself.
could kick people out the realm, and we already knew Cerberus was there.
Mm.
So it was kind of like
That further complicated things.
it was like holy shit. But yeah, Josie is she really does debate going to the second time because she really dragged everyone into this fucking mess, and she's tired.
I mean, it was a. I don't think either decision was going to be a good decision. They were both bad decisions.
But there was a choice to be made
Mhm.
by third timeline on if they wanted to hold themselves accountable or not.
Yeah.
And they chose to not.
Mhm.
Because choosing Ophelia as the option was not holding themselves
Yeah, no,
accountable.
it
It's
was
having
not.
somebody else clean up your mess.
And so
Even if you had a way to avoid it.
yeah. So I feel like Josie would go down there because she's like.
And that's why Leaf said what he said to
Mhm.
you guys, to be like, did you have a choice?
Yeah, and it's like so. Yeah, Josie's going down there, bro.
How?
Should figure out a way. Pray to somebody and send her down there.
Good luck.
Millennium probably.
Sabora's
would.
not sending you.
Millennium probably would. Millennium's like, okay, have fun.
Meanwhile, R,
Mm-hmm.
you follow Ophelia down the stairs and she is eerily quiet.
Oh no, it's so bad. Does she continue walking? Or like, where's she walk to?
You see her look around and survey things, almost as if she's hunting.
Oh god. Where's like Ophelia?
Yes.
I know you want to kill all of them.
They'll die.
But they all didn't make this decision.
I don't care.
They.
I do not care. And she turns towards you. Who did or didn't make this decision? Strahd von Zarovich made this decision. And I plan to seek vengeance. Promise that I made. promised him that.
But
And I stand by it.
the rest of his didn't even.
I'll leave the children. That's it.
Fuck. Fuck. And he's like,
They'd be better off without. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know them like that, but
From what you saw, you know damn well, just as I do, Strahd von Zarovich has a leash around his neck. Someone there let it go.
oh no. That's when Josie shows up. Please let it when Josie shows up.
Who are you trying to get to come down?
I guess
To get you to come down.
Josie's like, Millennia?
No response.
Thunder?
You hear him. He says, yes.
Please send me to the second time.
No.
Please.
No.
Why?
You will die.
But they
That
can't-
is a certainty.
But they can't sit here and suffer from it.
I am not sending you to your death. You live with your consequences. You don't run away from them. This is running away and you
I'm
know
not
it.
trying to run away.
You know what? I tell you it is your death, and you sit here and tell me you want to face it? Tell me it's not running away.
I don't want anyone else to get hurt.
Too late. I give you the choice again. Do you really want to go down there?
What would happen if I die down there?
Makes no difference. You die sooner than you would before. You think it'll end at you?
I wish it would.
It won't. Because you're not the one that had your claws on her throat.
But I was the one that let go of the leash.
Does it matter?
It does matter.
No, not to her. But if you ask me again to go, I'll send you. You hear silence on the other end.
Shit. Because he's like,
What would second timeline crew like to do in the midst of all this?
second time crew is probably idle right now because they're like,
It's like
Kira's a
business as
bit-
usual.
Kira's a bit baffled in her own right. She says, I didn't expect that one.
Hayden says they're not gonna make it.
Which?
Everyone but the younger ones, I guess.
We're making a very, very big assumption there, though. That Ophelia's power can parry that of Sabora's.
But I wish they would not fight.
Do you think there's an option?
If only
What would you do?
I don't know if we should do anything, to be honest.
Hayden's like, I don't think.
I'm not doing anything, but I'm saying if you were in Ophelia's shoes, what would you do? Because I know what I would do.
Probably the same as her.
I would have already found them, though. I wouldn't even have spoken to you in that instance. I would have went right for their throats. But she is talking to him.
So do you think there's a potential for her to be talked down?
Or do you think it could lessen the blow on only a few people? Because we know that her two targets would most likely be Josie and Strahd.
And she shrugs. She says, we don't know what she faced.
We don't.
But whatever she did, they subjected her to that.
They did.
So her anger is valid.
It is very. Mary's like, y'all causing problems.
She walks downstairs to join, but stops when she hears Ophelia and R talking. Would R like to say anything else to Ophelia?
I was like, what happened when you were fighting Julia then?
Nothing.
Something after that. You were fighting her.
I explained it enough already.
Is she like hiding it?
She's not hiding it. She told you guys kind of what she dealt with. She saw Julia's every memory, and she sliced through every single one.
Mm-hmm.
Every feeling she cut through. Every being of Julia she slaughtered. Exterminating every single piece, and then taking all of that power that she had, now unused, and took it to herself.
Mm-hmm. Freaking yikes, bro. This is so crazy, Haley. It's just bad as hell. R's like... R does know where they went. R does know where they went.
Did someone tell him?
He probably knows what Cerberus is.
So he just figured that they went there?
Probably has a high enough intelligence.
I mean, there's no way for anyone to get there unless they teleport there. But
Yeah. But Ophelia doesn't know where they are, right?
Ophelia also can't teleport.
Yeah. Can't teleport that
Can't?
far anyway.
Not that far, but like she can't teleport from Earth to a whole nother planet.
Yeah, but
She'd have to have a god do that for her.
I think she
but
knows.
I give her a lot of power here. I made her a god, but I'm not gonna make her where she can just
Yeah.
up there. That'd be a little much.
Millennia's like,
We could run for our lives.
because R's like, I don't know. He's like, they definitely deserve, like, he doesn't like the third timeline. But he's also more like, you should kill the people that actually, like, did it, like, kind of mindset, than, like, kill the ones that were innocent parties of the shit.
She kills Strahd. He comes right back.
Yeah, no, really.
Cuts off his head.
Oh fuck! Kills Josie. She comes right back.
Well, I
Oh
mean,
fuck! They're both vampires.
And if he
Fuck.
also killed you, you come right back. You're fucking god, bro.
I'm fucking gone, bro.
deal with the consequence of dead Strahd and dead Josie. I think dead Josie.
Temporarily.
Temporarily. Though I think Ophelia could figure out how to kill a vampire.
Ophelia, you see her take a breath, and you notice she stops searching for a moment, and she pulls out a contract.
I know not, Mary.
What does she do? I was like,
And she glances at you, R, and she says, "What shall I write?"
Bro, we got another Julia. What is fucking Ophelia this
I
time?
was like, don't add to it. Don't.
And to what?
R's like more worried about Ophelia than the contract. He's like, this isn't. She didn't decide it. She did.
And as you speak, you see Ophelia's hand go up to her throat where Strahd had her by it. And you see her hold it for a moment. And after a second, she starts to write.
Oh no. R's like, what are you writing?
She says, "She will not die, but I will make him suffer."
I don't.
And she finishes writing. And she puts it away.
He's like, I feel like this.
It's a mercy. I will leave it there. And she turns back to the hallway and looks at Kira and says, they may come back if they please. I will not kill them. But dare they come to my timeline, they will not step through that mirror. The only one who comes through is you. And she turns and she walks straight into the mirror.
R looks a bit. Did R read what was on the contract?
No.
Oh damn. R takes a big sigh and he's like,
Kira says, what did she write?
I don't know.
Sabora. You're standing there talking to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And as you do, you suddenly don't see Strahd.
She looks around for him.
Everyone else, you see Sabora looking for someone. Saren says, what are you looking for?
I'm scared. I'm scared of what she wrote. Where's my husband?
Saren glances next to her and looks at Strahd and then looks back at Sabora.
Josie's like, I think that's Ophelia's doing.
And says, what do you mean? He's right there.
Hmm?
Right next to you.
No, it's not.
And you guys see Strahd, he tries to put a hand towards Sabora, and he is blown back. Thrown against the wall.
Damn. Did she see the dent?
No.
Damn. Josie's like, Ophelia must have added to the contract on Sabora.
And Saren says, well, he's here. You cannot see him.
You cannot touch him.
And he cannot touch you.
She's kind of blank.
And
She's
Kira
like
pops up.
processing it.
Kira pops up and says, so, Ophelia wrote something in the contract. Don't know what it was. But she wrote it and then said that you're all free to come back, but never enter her timeline again or she'll smite you. Do you know what she wrote?
Josie explains that this is what's going on.
And she goes,
Josie's like, you know what? You can just...
well, you're free to come back. And she actually sits down a little mirror and says you can just go through it, if you want. And she goes through it and exits.
Give Leon more choices now.
And Strahd stumbles to his feet, and you see him walk towards Sabora and stand right in front of her.
Oh.
And she looks right through him. And you see him take a deep breath and sigh. But he doesn't have any anger or rage.
It's kind of like a...
It's more so like I reap what I sow on his face.
Yeah, that's Josie, both of them having that fucking same face.
And he says, it is a mercy. This is a mercy.
And she can't hear him either.
Josie will relate to support what he said.
I'm glad he feels that way. She starts to walk towards the mirror and she goes through it.
As you walk through it, you see second timeline crew standing there.
She'll look at them for a moment and then just go upstairs. She doesn't feel like talking.
Probably wise.
Yeah, Hayden's like. I bet all the second time when Crew's like,
Kira's like,
I thought we had problems.
at least she didn't kill him.
And I really thought we had problems.
And I'm not sure that one of them's not gonna go through that mirror.
To the fourth time?
Yeah.
Who would you think would go through?
I don't know who's gonna break first, Strahd or Sabora. Couldn't tell you.
I guess we'll have to see when that day comes. Because as much as I want to help either side right now, this is not our issue.
And Kira and all of the creators, you hear a bell. And Kira says,
Cerberus.
God meeting.
Hayden's like, well, so see you soon.
3 new seats at the table, and she and all the other creators go.
Hayden's like, oh. Hayden's literally like.
Sabora, as you walk towards your room, you feel yourself get yoinked at the sound of a bell.
She's like thinking like, what the fuck?
And you see yourself standing at a table. Gods towering around it. And there's a seat for you. Across from you, another seat.
Mary, it's the scene you've always wanted, wasn't it?
And then on the very end, so it's you here, and then on the left, to your left, there's another empty seat. You stand behind one.
Does it have like a name tag or anything?
It says Sabora.
What about the one next to me?
The one, it's not right next to you, there's a few seats down.
Oh,
but,
okay.
It's there, and it says Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
She mentally catalogs it, but she's still not really responsive to
Yeah,
much.
she doesn't want
And the
to
one
talk.
across from you read says Ophelia.
Oh God, that's gonna go
I
so
didn't-
well.
We were up at hiding everyone at home like, no, 'cause I know the fourth timeline crew came to the second time and be like, what the fuck is happening? So, like,
And you see Ophelia appear before you, and then to your left you see Lucian also appear, and all of the other gods are already sitting. And as they do, they gesture for you 3 to sit.
They do. Well, she does.
yeah, she does.
Lucian sits and Ophelia also sits, and Ophelia stares daggers into you from across the table. And Lathander says, "We have called this meeting to greet 3 new gods."
Great timing.
And he says, "They must name themselves. That is what this meeting is for." And Lathander gestures a Lucian, being like, "You already know what you are. Like, you go first," because he figures he knows. And Lucian says,
God, pure.
"No." He says, "I am the god of," and you see him think for a second, and he glances at you, Sabora, and he says, "I am the god and he goes quiet.
Aw.
Does he have like an idea, but he doesn't want to say it, or?
You remember him having a conversation with you previously, and he told you one-on-one that he wanted to be the god of love,
Aw.
like his mom.
But now he's fucking.
And Lathander kind of furrows his eyebrows at Lucian not knowing, and
He doesn't know if he wants love anymore.
he sighs and he says, "Do either of you know?" And Ophelia raises her hand and
I think she's
stands.
gonna be the only one of the three.
Yeah.
And she says, "I am the goddess of blood and vengeance." And she stares daggers into you as she says it.
It's very funny
And
for
you
her.
see below her name, God of blood and vengeance, appear below it. And she takes a seat. And you feel as if her aura changes with it.
Damn.
And Lucian blinks a few times and he glances back at Lathander. And Lucian says, I wanted to be the god of love. But I don't want to.
Aw.
And,
Thunder probably sad as hell.
yeah, no, you see Lathander's face kind of drop. And he too glances at Sabora and then back at Lucian, who says, I don't think I have enough love to give. And he
Aw.
blinks a few times and says, I want to be the god of kindness.
Aw.
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 And
What the fuck? That is so cute.
It's cute. It's sad that he gave up love for kindness, but after what's happened, it's like
And he thinks for another moment. He says, I want to be the god of kindness, selflessness, and empathy.
pure shit. Pure shit.
And Lathander gives a small smile to him
Aw.
and he nods.
Be better, Lucian, please.
And you see it pop up below.
Mhm.
And Sabora, you also now note that Rosello stands behind Lucian.
Aw.
Aw.
And Rosello looks a little sad as he looks at you.
Aw.
And Lathander says, Sabora, do you know what you want to be the god of?
And she shakes her head.
We'll give you another day. Next meeting, we'll call upon you and have you make your choice.
Hey, she's the most opposite shit ever.
The god of love and light.
Bruh.
Dude, God of fucking forgiveness or something. I don't know.
God.
God of God.
That would be ridiculous for her.
That would give her something stupid. God of fucking.
And Lathander gives you guys a rundown of basically what all the rules of being a god are and everything.
Probably got shallowed down too.
Yeah, because of Asriel. But there are a couple rules, like don't just like slaughter everyone.
Because there's so many of them that no one sees them.
Yeah, basically don't slaughter everyone. Biggest rule.
Mm-hmm.
Don't abuse your power. Essentially,
Don't be genocidal.
that's that's basically the only rule is right now is don't abuse your power,
Mm-hmm.
which is broad but specific enough. And Lucian seems to nod, and he says, and Lathander says, this meeting is
adjourned.
And all of the gods leave, except for Lucian, Lathander, you, and Ophelia.
Oh, Millennia's watching because she's like.
Yeah, I'm sure Millennia's
Yeah,
there
Millennia's
too.
like, oh.
And Lucian stares at you for another moment,
Oh.
almost as if he wishes you'd say something.
Oh, say something to his face.
She's saying shit. She is not in the mood to say anything.
He's your baby.
And he says to you instead, hope you're happy.
Oh.
And he stands to his feet, and he didn't mean that as a snide remark.
Yeah,
he
meant it.
And he turned and disappeared, and Rosello went with him.
Oh.
And Ophelia sits in her chair, elbow on the table, fist to her cheek, as she stares at you.
She leaves.
Like
She's
the,
not gonna stay there.
it's
and
like
talk to her.
like the weird waves, like awkward ass.
And you stand to your feet, and your legs don't move.
Blood.
And without you controlling it, your head turns towards Ophelia. And she says, take a seat. And you do. And you can be Millennia. I'm Lathander.
Yeah, no, Millennia's like, Shimala's kind of watching it, and she's like,
Lathander's like, should we intervene?
and you see Millennia's like,
Okay, we'll just watch. We'll just watch for a second.
you know that.
This room can't get destroyed though. Like we can't afford the damage to it.
It's not.
Asriel can't fix it.
It's not in the budget.
Asriel's the budget. He's not here.
Fix something up if it does get destroyed.
God, I wish he was here. This is a him problem. He'd be able to fix this.
I don't think we can fix whatever the fuck just happened.
They're mumbling between each other.
Yes.
And Ophelia says, speak.
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you, Martha?
I have nothing to say.
Do you?
I'm
I have
sorry.
nothing to say.
Not presently.
Are you used to it? Your family making sacrifices that were never theirs to make for you? Or
Yeah.
each other? I wonder. Because I can see it in your eyes that you are. It's pity. Truly. But you saw it. I know Julian let you. The way your vampire's claws gripped my throat. His teeth bit into my sister and threw her against a wall, slashed my Goliath's neck, stomped my friend. And dared even look at R and dragged me, kicking and screaming away. So, forgive me, but I am in fact curious of what you have to say for him and for yourself.
I'm sorry that my husband did that to your family. And I'm sorry that I brought back a problem that you had long taken care of.
You see her take a deep breath, and you see it hitch almost and get caught in her throat as she does it, but she lets it out anyway. And she says, I don't want to be this. But you and your husband pushed it upon me.
I know. I wish this never would have happened.
Me too.
Huh.
But it's did. And unlike your power, the blood calls, screams at me. Every emotion I feel as if it's amplified. And all I can hear is me screaming at Julia constantly. Just me screaming as I fight her alone by myself. That's something I'm willing to wager you've never had to do.
Is this what you wanted?
I will not kill your family. I won't. Not as long as they do not enter my timeline. That is because some part of me does in fact pity you. Some part of me wants to care, and I don't. Perhaps that's that part of me. However, we will not speak again. And I gave your husband his punishment. He fought so hard to see you again, to free you, because he loves you.
What love does crazy things.
However, never will you see him again. And she stands to her feet and glances at Millennia and then back at you, Savora, and says, I pray that it is not you that I see come through that mirror.
Oh.
And she leaves. And you have control over your body again.
I bet Millennia and Thunder
That's
are like,
right.
Lathander's like,
Millennia's like, I pity everyone on this plane.
I pity every single person ever to have existed, ever. Right now. Every single one. Every single one on the second timeline, third timeline, fourth timeline. Every single one. Because Ophelia's not even the biggest of our problems.
No, it's not. It's
Cerberus.
It is Cerberus.
We can't even ask Gabriel or Diablos what's going on.
Leon apparently has information.
I know, I heard that. Not that it's helpful.
Guess your followers are now on the chopping block.
And he snaps and everyone is gone from the meeting.
Except for fucking Millennia Leather, probably just standing there like.
No, he took Millennia and they went to his realm and he sent you home.
Right. Millennia's like, Lathander, not I don't think most of them are going to make it out, are they?
Which?
Mostly the older ones, right?
Of what?
Of the third timeline.
From what?
I don't know. Cerberus is after Shamil for sure. You heard about that, right?
You're saying the older ones won't survive what? Cerberus?
Probably Cerberus and everything coming right back at them.
I don't know. I think the only one who's going to reap what they sow is whoever goes through that mirror to the fourth timeline from the third. And we both know that it's bound to happen.
Oh, it sure is. I'm not intervening in
And
that.
I don't know if that is Sabora or if it will be Strahd first.
I feel like Sabora has gotten her hand of share.
He shrugs and says, regardless, I have to go find my son. And so he actually goes and he leaves and he says, I'll be back later.
I'll probably be in my room.
And he eats away. Shabora. You appear in front of the gang.
Everybody, is everyone still together or are they scattered all off? There's only-
Leaf left with Spring and Faith. Fabian kind of following, watching over.
Josie kind of like went idle somewhere. And Leon's probably still hanging around.
Or Shamil.
Shamil's just still confused by everything. But
But where is she?
she's probably in the room, I guess. Because I know Leon's in the room for sure.
Lucian and Rosello left together.
Yeah.
And Archeon's by Leon.
So it's only Leon, Archeon,
And Shanra's also by Archeon.
Okay, so Shanra, Archeon, Shamil, Leon are kind of the only ones in the room right now. And they see some
Oh,
more.
Saren's also in
Not
there.
in Saren. I guess she appears and Leon's like, wanna go to bed?
Strahd's also in the room.
Oh, yeah,
she
Strahd.
can't see.
Yeah, Strahd.
She tries to make a portal to her realm.
You make a portal right before yourself.
She looks at it.
You do. And you see your realm before you.
She's gonna stay there for a while.
Yeah, Leon's like,
It looks like the, and I said this before, the abyss, but more purpley
Mm-hmm.
and more lively, less fiery in
Yeah.
color. You can shape and change this realm any way you want.
She kind of walks around, and when she's kind of gotten a feel for the landscape and whatever, she starts to like mess around.
I like how Cerberus
With
didn't
the
expect us to
landscape.
sacrifice them. Not to sacrifice them.
Cerberus didn't expect you guys to push Ophelia to that point,
Yeah.
is what Cerberus didn't expect. That's why Cerberus got surprised, which in a sense works in your favor.
I was gonna say, it works kind of longish term, but the issue is everything else that came with it.
Yeah.
But it's still tough.
Not that you need fourth timeline crew right now for anything.
It's a tough decision. Just
Girl in Tower, you have made a discovery.
what did she make?
You have figured out a way to get everyone's memories back.
Wow, what's it cost?
Nothing.
Wow, did she
You have those little substitute souls to fill in.
Okay, I guess Girl in Tower will come to the room where the rest of only my characters. And Girl in Tower goes up to the NPCs and Leon and is like, okay, so the soul thing worked. Well, we gotta test it. So.
And that's where we're gonna end the session for today.
That's so nasty. Your poor girl, Mary.
I know, my child.
Your poor child, huh? Mary looks so exhausted.
Not a villain arc. Not a villain arc for her.
But still nasty.
Yeah. How you feeling?
It's crazy.
I feel bad for Sabora.
I
You
feel
too.
I feel bad for Samora too.
She doesn't get to see her husband ever again.
Can't wait
Unless
till
there's some kind of
Strahd
miracle,
fucking
but-
walks into the fucking shit.
Strahd or her?
Strahd or her. I don't know.
Unless someone else goes in, I guess.
I really don't know what I'm gonna do with Josie right now, to be honest. I actually have no plans for her right now.
Did you expect Lucian to forfeit his fucking name as Nilda?
I did.
That was fucking
I
crazy.
actually did expect that, because why would he not if Josie did it a second time? Especially something so much worse.
That is what he said to her, though. Is he said that if you did it again, then he wouldn't forgive you.
Yeah, and so he won't. So that's just something Josie's
Don't you
gonna...
like him being the god of kindness, though?
I think it is cute.
Selflessness and empathy.
Because he doesn't want to be like, you know.
Because the reason he wanted to be loved is because he loved everyone so much.
But
however, with love comes obsession, like Strahd.
and so he saw that, and also the...
And he saw firsthand the downside of love.
So he wanted
He
something...
did not want that.
And so he wanted something that was still very, like...
He wanted something good.
Yeah.
That was only good.
Yeah. I really don't know what I'm gonna do with Josie now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with Shamil when she gets her memories back. Leon's kind of idle. I mean, he just kind of got whacked in the face with Cerberus.
Welcome to a court of thorns and roses.
Yeah, no, Josie, I think...
I didn't even get to the fucking part with everyone getting their memories back either, and I had that written too.
Man, we could have kept going. I was ready.
I'm not gonna go for longer now. I'm tired as shit.
That's fair. Yeah, I have to think about what I want to do with
And
Josie.
also, I want to give her time to think about what she wants Zabora's god to be the god of.
Mm.
So think of that, because I'm gonna ask you next session.
Alrighty.
It was fun. I did expect it, though, when Lucian was going to revoke his title. But, like, that's just the consequences of shit, ain't it?
I love throughout the session Jacqueline asking me, did you plan this? Did you plan this?
I was curious. I was like, this is crazy.
What part did you want to know if I planned?
I don't know anymore.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
Well, I figured how y'all would go the route of kidnapping Ophelia. Because, I mean, you had other ways to go about it, but at the end of the day, it was always going to be a choice between either the Ophelia route or the sit on it route or the sacrifice Sabora route.
wanted to, I really wanted to sit on it by now.
Strahd wasn't going to do that.
No, because even if Josie had the leash, he still would have
Holy shit, he would have
done
been
his own
pissed
shit.
if they killed her.
And if you would have just sat idle on it, Strahd would have done something himself, which probably wouldn't have been as pretty. At least it was semi-pretty this time.
Semi-pretty. Yeah, but that shit crazy as fuck.
Did you expect my girl to all of the power?
Kind of.
A little bit.
Yeah, after she made that fucking promise to
But now she's
Strahd.
Now she's, Ophelia. But...
Ophelia.
Now she's Ophelia.
Ophelia, but traumatized and strong.
Ours probably not having a... They're all not having
Well, I mean, you gotta fucking think about it. Motherfucker busted into her fucking home.
The kid,
and beat
went
up her
crazy.
fucking whole ass family and then fucking dragged her by the fucking shirt out.
Yeah, no, he really did that.
He really did that.
And it's literally like, what the fuck?
I love that when I was talking about that, just Haley's face was like,
No,
The whole
it's
time.
crazy,
It's
bro.
fucking crazy. He went off.
he popped off. But he said that though.